And hello, everybody. Welcome in Mysteries with Mr. Belgic, episode 12 of the Mystery of the Zodiac Killer. Today I am with Mr. Jeff from Zodiac Killer and Me, zodiackillerbomb.com, Ross Geraci from Planetix Filmworks, and Ned Dehan from BBOR, Black Box Online Radio. How are you doing, guys?
Great.
Thanks for having us.
Yes,
And
thank you, Jerome.
And thank you very much for accepting my invitation, because if you don't accept my invitation, I'm alone. So,
With you with spirits.
absolutely. Yeah, we have so different documentary about the Zodiac Killer. This is the Zodiac speaking on Netflix. So we want to respond to Mr. Ken Wayne. Did I'm right? Ken Wayne.
Ken Main?
Ken Mains. Ken Mains from Cold Case Detective. So the guy he was a cop. On my understanding, he was a cop.
Yep.
He don't have a lot of interest in the Zodiac Killer, even if he had made some documentary about the Zodiac Killer, but he never deep dive in the subject. And in his last video, he was making a review of This is the Zodiac Speaking and telling to his audience that in the near future he will be glad to make more deep dive in the subject because it's something who is really interested in. And after that, we will respond also to Citizen. This is the Zodiac Speaking with Tom Voigt. So if you don't see those two documentary, I recommend you to watch it. Even if we don't learn a lot about or new stuff about the case, but a documentary is always a good stuff, and a response to a documentary is always good to take. So we are going to start with that. Hello, everybody in the chat. If you have any question, take your time, but question before your question. I put a star, and we will try to answer you after that. And we will start to maybe answer to the video then Ken Mans had made about the documentary. This is the Zodiac Speaking on Netflix. So, Ross, if you want to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Unsolved No More is Kenneth Bain's channel, former Marine, former cold case detective. Obviously, as Ned knows well, he was featured on the History Channel, Hunting for the Zodiac, season 1. I guess my main interest was that he'd mentioned before that around the time that Dave solved the Cipher, he said that History Channel hit them up for season 2, and it just kind of fizzled. It didn't really go anywhere. But another kind of highlight thing that I think he said in this response to Netflix was that they had actually filmed even more for season 1. They had filmed, I guess, a whole Presidio Heights episode that they'd never used,
Yep.
Which I thought was interesting. Would have been nice to get that episode out. I mean, I know people are mixed on Hunt for the Zodiac. It's obviously a very History Channel television-y production. They obviously gave them the suspects, Larry Kane and Ross Sullivan, how even Ross Sullivan even gets to be a Zodiac suspect is a question itself, because you really can't put him anywhere other than Riverside, so it's kind of putting a lot of stock in Riverside. But I was pretty surprised how complimentary he was of like the Netflix. He sounded like he really liked it, which you guys got my review. I really didn't. As Ned was saying, production, I wouldn't say it was overall bad, but just like where it went, factually, I just didn't really understand. It seemed, it kind of started out good and then seemed to unravel more and more as it went. And like by the time they brought like Tom Voigt in at the end, I'm like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? We're already kind of past the point. So I don't know. I can't remember maybe you guys can weigh in if you've seen it more recently than me, the Maine's response. But because I don't think Maine's is a big Allen guy. I think he said like he didn't
No.
really think it was Allen, but overall he liked it, which I thought was interesting. I feel like he's usually a little bit more critical of other true crime documentaries, but that's just my take.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have specific suspect in this case, and that's why you want to, in the near future, deep dive more on this case and learn more about this case. So, Ned, what's your response?
So overall, though, about this thing, does Ken Maines really follow the Zodiac Killer case that much? I think the answer really to that is no. Says very clearly on his YouTube channel and Solve No More that he specializes in cold cases. Yes, he had the opportunity to work on the History Channel program, but one thing that he always tries to tell his audience is that he is not trying to be a Zodiac expert. He doesn't want to be thought of as a Zodiac expert. And it took me a while to, really just digest the fact that, Ken Maines is the real deal. He was a real life detective. He's the guy who has the master's in forensic criminology. I don't have anything like that. And I can appreciate that somebody is coming at this from a professional standpoint as opposed to some guy like me who's just talking on the internet. But kind of what Ross was talking about with the hunt for the Zodiac Killer. As Ross stated, those guys were provided with suspects, Ross Sullivan and Lawrence Kane, and they were just kind of like almost trying to force fit these suspects into the crime scene. And I thought it was a very awkward presentation because they're just kind of like, well, how do we make the pieces fit? Oh, can we make the pieces fit? I mean, well, if we had this type of evidence, then maybe Kane or Sullivan would fit more. Oh, but Ross asked a good question. Why is Ross Sullivan a Zodiac Killer suspect? To this one, I would turn to Drew Beeson when he just said, Ross Sullivan is a suspect because he looks like the sketch. Because there's that famous photo of Ross with the crew cut and the glasses, and that's it. Mike Morford said by his own admission he couldn't put Ross more than 77 miles within the Zodiac crime scenes. Yep. Yeah, okay, Riverside, sure, but 100 miles, 77 miles, that's about it.
Exactly.
Okay, now as far as the documentary stuff, I guess we can just give credit where credit is due, but I guess that's where I'll leave it at for now.
Okay, Jeff, what's your takes on the subject?
I think I agree with Ned on that on the production side. I mean, I like seeing movies. You could see right off the bat if it's poorly made or not. And you just lose interest right away. But then you're curious too to see what else they got to say. I thought their production was good. I thought the way they, the music and everything, the way they timed it together, it just they just threw in the wrong stuff, to it, like that would have been perfect to like the perfect suspect, but I just feel like, going back to what Ned was saying too, I just think that, they should, I mean, Ken Maines, he is definitely the real deal, I love to talk to that guy, honestly, I love to sit down and talk to him, and pick his brain, I like to sit down, maybe pick everyone's brain. I wish I had more time to do it or confidence, but now I'm like, yeah, I'm not really a YouTube guy. And here I am, so this is all new to me, guys, you're breaking my cherry here. And, but but things need to be talked about. I think, okay, I have my own suspect, but it really opened my eyes to this case in general, I guess from the outside looking in a way, if you really look at it. And that's kind of like a lot of people's perspectives, and you're just trying to pick apart what makes sense and that could make sense. And then, but like some of the stuff they throw in there, the lady, she was just, I mean, you could just tell a person when they're lying, she just, the parts that I felt like the lying, I'm pretty sure I got the right movie here. but where she talked about Allah, I think, in that movie. Am I wrong? Am I right? But I just think that this is the. I think this is the same movie we're talking about, right? The last
Are
one
you,
that they just came out
you're
with,
talking
right?
about Netflix, right? The
Right.
three part, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that part, I mean, I don't want to judge anybody, but that lady didn't look like she was in the right state of mind. You know,
You mean Connie Seawater?
Yeah, the
is that
Seawaters.
the name?
Oh,
Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty good at just sniffing out something that's doesn't seem all that there, but like yeah, going over it again and talk about it. But I think they did a really good. I mean, it's Hollywood. They do a really good job. But it's like pick somebody off the street. I bet they could do a really good video about that too. And that's kind of how I feel about it.
yeah, I completely agree. The production was really well made. Like always, it's Netflix, so they are there for entertainment. But everything we heard in this documentary is just hearsay. So
Yeah, exactly.
we we don't learn really anything. So, but it was well made.
I
That's
mean, that's
true.
kind of what I was getting at. Is like I was like, what? Maine seemed like he rated it super highly, but at the same time wasn't an ALA guy. So I was kind of trying to get to the crux of why does he think this is so good when it doubles down on a suspect with essentially no evidence? I mean, you could say circumstantial this and misspelling words that, but when you're coming to palm print, DNA, fingerprints, you know what I mean? ALA didn't really match anything. And then, kind of like you guys were saying, I think a big part of it was getting Graysmith, because they're like, well, if we just do general Zodiac, Graysmith isn't going to want to be involved. So I think that was kind of why they doubled down on Seawaters and ALA. It's like the only way we're going to get Graysmith to talk is by having it be centered on Arthur Lee Allen. Didn't really make sense to me, but I was just wondering, obviously Maines has his comments turned off on the Zodiac stuff, so you can't really ask him. But I just like, dude, so you're basically just going off production. Like you thought this was really good film and documentary, creation, like we were saying, but as opposed to the content, like we were all saying, it doesn't really go anywhere. Because sure, you got Graysmith, Voight, and the Seawaters, and a bunch of legacy Arthur Lee Allen retro family film footage. So I guess that's the only new thing. Now I know Drew Beeson has some interest from the Donald Lee Cheney audio in the first chapter. So I'm glad somebody of one of our group of researchers got something out of it that they feel they can use. Because for me, I know that I just drifted further and further away. By the end of episode 2, I was like checked out, and then 3 just kind of rolled by, and I was like, whatever, turn this off. Like, seen it all before.
But I would actually like to ask Jeff something. Why exactly did you think that Connie Seawater was lying, and what were the signs that she had that would give away the behavior that was of a liar?
I don't know. I think like I mean, are they asking her a question? Are they asking her a question 3 times to get the film right? 4 times to get the film right? You know what I mean? Like it's not live. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's not live. I'm sure, it was preparation. This is Hollywood. I just I just think that hey, they're selling something to you. You know what I'm saying? I just think that hey, look, here's a good opportunity. Why not? And you asked me to give the same answer 5 times. You can ask me 5 different ways, but my answer is going to be my answer, but it all depends on how I'm answering it. So I mean, how many times was she shocked to hear that question before she answered it? I mean, can I be you know just speculating? I don't know, but I just think that it's Hollywood. If I was the guy interviewing her, how many times did I ask her before I decided that was the right answer? I don't know. I mean, like
And
Yeah, yeah.
that's kind of how
importantly,
I feel about Hollywood.
were
It's
they
like,
leading her were they leading her into the, with the question of that, hey, Connie, did you ever go to Gaviota Beach in 1963? It only going to take how many times do you ask
Yeah.
that before? Oh yeah, well, he came out of the bluffs with the blood.
All right,
on
hey,
his
hold on.
hands.
Let me film that.
Yeah. Hold still. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of whatever. I'm kind of over the Netflix.
It just, what I mean, that's the view that I take of it. That's the view of most movies, because if for me, it's like if we're watching a documentary of a true story, like and it's not like trying to solve the case, it's just a story, sometimes they add some stuff in there, just to
Yeah.
make it a little bit better, or whatever. It reminds me of a friend of mine, that would tell me a story. This is really the truth. It reminds this a lot of these shows and things that we're watching about the Zodiac killer and all that. It kind of reminds me of an old friend, and I hope she's not mad at me after saying this, but she would tell me about like her day or whatever, but it'll be so detailed where she's like, and then I walked past these daisies, and and it just took forever, just end the story, and that's why I think it's so easy to do with a lot of these suspects is that they're normal,
That's
they're
true. Yeah.
real life people. They're able to pull all these things that they do or done. You know what I mean? And it just you got a story.
Here
Yeah.
we have a proposition from Andrew. We say maybe the behavior panel should analyze some of the interview on the doc. Yeah, we can do that, but it's just like I was saying, it's just hearsay. So knowing if Connie or Dave or to knowing if they are telling the truth or not, I don't think we are expert in that. We are not expert in analyzing and make analyze of people behavior. But yeah, that's something we can do. We have started doing that with Don Chaney and Sandy Panzarella in the documentary. His name was Arthur Allen. We have made a part one, and people request a part two because we only have made 6 minutes of the documentary, and the people were really interested in our analysis. But we are not expert. It's just thing that we we analyze at our level. We are not expert in anything. So, sure, that's something we can do. We can talk about the documentary. We can analyze the documentary and saying what you think about that. But I don't think that to know if Connie or Dave or the other people tell the truth in this case, I don't think it will be something who will help to find out if Alan was involved or not, because all they have to say is just he say. So it's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's my opinion on that. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you have something else to say, guys,
Got anything,
about.
Ned?
Well, first, of course, I would just like to say hello to Voodoo Baby. We got Mazzy here saying some very nice things to you, Jerome. RP Mac, how's it going? And hello to Fire Pixie. Now, in addition to discussing the documentary, we've got Jeff on the panel here, and we can take the conversation in a different direction because Jeff is part of the team behind ZodiacKillerBomb.com, and they have a suspect that we haven't talked about too much on the panel show, and that is LD Hill. And anything you want to give us as like an introduction? We had Melissa on for the Halloween show, but
Yeah.
for the Zodiac panel program, anything you'd like to share, Jeff, about your suspect?
I mean, yeah, I mean, as I said before, he's he born and raised in Ohio, uh, and I just got information back again that in high school, he did work for a funeral home. His brother also worked for a funeral home. They were embalmers. Okay, they did embalming to uh, deceased people for a funeral home. He worked for the railroad. Very familiar with the railroad. His brothers were all military. His father was military, served in World War II. He wasn't also in the military. Served 1954 to 1974 in the U.S. Navy. Had to go through extensive training. Had to go all over the country for training for his missions. He went through the aviation training. Was a flying monkey before he got his pilot license. Needed 100 hours. And he's a very proud guy, and basically, yeah. So he was on one squadron, a few squadrons. Did multiple tours across, and participated in the Navy, all the Navy training. He was a HU-2 helicopter pilot, rescue pilot, going in and out of Vietnam during that time. And he was also on specifically the USS Enterprise in 1969, January 14th, when it exploded from a Zuni bomb that had cooked off from one of his squadron planes that he was next to. His military records, we FOIA'd. It took us 18 months. They lost the first request. They got the second one right. We finally got it in. And, Ned and me and Melissa had some interviews and some conversations about our suspect early before these records we even obtained them. And we were able to show Ned a lot of our information that was real, because you want to show, we were just showing all the things that we know for sure about our suspect. But we've been digging into this story for over 3 years. I believe it's over 3 years. We had Zodiac Killer Me that I created because I'm just like I do puzzles, and I can, I like acronyms. I'm weird, I guess, and I like doing symbolic stuff. I've always been that way. Just I think us just digging into what we digged into really opened my mind up to these things. And, I looked at a lot of suspects, and I looked at a lot of, just different clues and stuff like that. And, we just went with where the truth took us. I mean, we didn't really, just assume or things. And, what Ned had said back in the past that, I like you guys have a sense of balance, with what we're giving you. And we do, like, we're not trying to force anything. We're not trying to fit anything. We're just taking what we know about our suspect. We have lots of information about our suspect. And just, the fact that he, was literally a wing walker. We could prove it. We could prove his timelines and around Zodiac killings, and around his military activity, his connections to each base. I mean, and then I brought up before the fact of, the Zodiac killer sent all this information out as clues, and trying to figure them out from just a normal perspective. You really don't know where to start other than, hey, this guy lives over here, and this guy's so close, and this guy does do this, and this guy was there that day. And I get all that, and I've looked, listened, and, but I really just take my suspect and I just take all of his life and all the connections of his life during that time frame and before and after, and just fit it right into the Zodiac Killer and all the things that he put on the dragon card or on the Halloween card or on the Christmas card or just the letters he wrote and everything. And there's a lot of things that connect him, like his last name on where these killings happened by Hills, or there's a street name named Hill, or a school named Hill, or by water, or on Route 132, and he was on the 132 squadron. So there's just, he was on the Dragon Squadron, the Scorpion Squadron. He was on all these different squadrons. And, okay, fine. I mean, that could be circumstantial evidence. That's fine. I think, but other than looks and timelines and all that, I just think that I'm pretty, confident in this guy being the guy. And it just really takes us doing something what we do and doing something we don't do and lay it out there. And I can just picture all the suspects from the past till now and digging into them and just being an expert into that suspect. Yeah, okay, everything about that suspect, where he's been, what he did. Okay, he might have been a rapist. He might have done this. We know this. We know that. You just got to keep staying open-minded with more suspects. But, at the end of the day, you got to look at, hey, is it really worth? I mean, I appreciate, going back to what we were talking about the film and stuff. At the end of the day, I at first I was like, you know what, I'm sick of hearing all this crap. But at the end of the day, I would rather something being thrown back out there again to keep this case alive till it's solved. Maybe it's a shitty movie. Maybe it wasn't a shitty movie. Maybe it's a learning curve for a lot of people that don't know about the current suspect. So, I mean, I can appreciate that part. But I am, from Zodiac Killer and Me Facebook page, Zodiac Killer, bomb.com, and I do TikTok. It's Jeffrey.Thornton at Jeffrey.Thornton. And we did a live already. I'm an amateur. Now I'm learning to, troll on other people's pages. Just kidding. And just learn about everybody else. What is everybody thinking? What are they doing? What is everybody? Where's everybody at in this community? Who's throwing stones and who's not? Who's real valid information? Who really wants to seek the truth behind this? We do. We wouldn't have got this far. We wouldn't have got this far without really believing in what we're doing. If I were to take the same energy, and just grab all the information from another suspect, whether it be his records and where he lived and what car he had and all that, what I mean? Like, I could do that. I mean, I could be an expert on the other suspects and learn about them all, but it just, the more I learn about them all, it just makes me more convinced that it's my guy, and I just feel that way, I just need, I guess, I'm not trying to sell anybody anything, but what I'm trying to do is say, hey, take all the information I have and take a look at it. Be an expert in LV Hill, whether you believe he should be a suspect or he shouldn't be a suspect, or he's the best suspect till date. And I believe he is, and it just takes, okay, open your mind. If, like Jerome said before, and I'm not saying him personally and attacking him, but he's saying, hey, when I'm wrong, I admit I'm wrong. I'll really look at it, something else, because I'm still seeking the truth, and that's where we're at. If we didn't go to California and spend our days there in California with the FBI, and we spent one day with them. It was only a few hours, but the rest of the time going to the sites and and looking at all those kind of clues that were around the sites, we would have never known that the kill sites were next to hills, or there was a hill sign, or or is next to, it's just those, or there was a compass on top of Monte Diablo. You know what I mean? We would have never known that, or we would have not known more of a closer area to Alameda, California, where our suspect lived and worked. So going back to him in his life, he goes to the military. He's in Texas. Then he's just so happens to be in the same area. And our family, we have family near Riverside, so we have proof that he's been in that area during that same year of the killings then, but our theory is that also that the Zodiac killer has more than one persona, and the Zodiac killer persona itself was just a time frame. He used Scorpion, he used the Z, he used uh, the Citizen Letter, he used and each one of those creations of mentality or whatever he's doing, he's got X amount of kills for that persona. That's what we think, and it could link him to a lot more. But that's where we're standing right now, and I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I would have never put so much time into something if I didn't believe it, because that's how I roll. And I mean, and I've heard Ned, I've heard Ross, I've been around, but I've also heard bullshit before too, But I'm not saying out of your guys' mouth, okay? Because I'm just saying that, you hear about from one area to another area, and then you actually, what I appreciate, you guys actually talk about the exact truth, not the made up things that could be possibly, So I told you I was going to take it easy on you guys, I was going to take it easy on you guys. So
Yeah,
that's my take on it all. Okay.
that's great.
Okay,
Just
well,
before introducing Druzer, I would like to ask you, Jeff, what in your investigation lead you to your suspect? When was the exact moment
Yeah,
who
I'll
that
be honest.
understand?
I'll be honest with you. There was a really horrible situation that happened in my life, a personal situation that happened, and I shared that with my mother. I was picking my mother up out of Indianapolis on my way back to Chicago. I shared that with her. At that point, she shared something with me, and it was a moment a son and mother would have about that. And from that point, she'd give me information about my grandfather. Right away, I contacted my wife, who wasn't my wife then, but a friend of mine for many years. I gave her some information, and she looked up my mom being in the 1969 Alameda, California high school book, living right there in that area during the time of the Zodiac killing. Okay, so, but prior to that incident, my mother had watched TV and they brought up the sketch of the Zodiac killer on the television. Okay, and she saw that, and it freaked her out. Okay, and then it kicked in some memories about when she was a kid, about her running away because I had explained it before that he had stole the children to California. He was going through a divorce with my grandma, and it basically, took them there, and she had ran away to get away from this guy, and he had found her some way and grabbed her, pulled her real close, and said, "If you ever," and this is what she said in front of the FBI, and I've never seen my mom so emotional in her life, grabbed her, pulled her close to his face, and said, "Hey, if you ever try that again, I will kill you, and I've killed a lot of people." Okay? And that's what's said, right to the FBI, and their ears were listening, their eyes were open, and we're going to give them some more because we gathered more information about our suspect recently, and we're just keep feeding it in. So they did give it to a unit, but that's when I really discovered it. And Melissa, I give her so much credit. so much credit because, guys, her mom was sick, and she took a break from work, took a break from a lot of things, but she didn't give up, and she kept chopping at this. And she's really good with researching something. And basically, the FBI offered her a job. She said both of us, but if we're a team, fine. But she's the smart one. But I'm really good at uh, like I would say I'm really good at investigating stuff. I'm a chimney sweep, guys. I'm a fluologist. Okay, I do chimney inspections and I do chimney fire investigations. Does that make me an expert? No, but
No,
it definitely opened my mind up to the more possibilities and investigate it a little bit more. So I mean, but her work that she done, and the amount of reading that she did, and the amount of just research she did to just try to find a reason to stop, and there hasn't really been one. And then make the decision, to say, hey, this is our guy. This is him. This is him. And that's where we're at. So really, I really think that what we have is like if someone was like, hey, the FBI comes out and they're like, hey, it was him. Everyone's going to be like, all right, it's him. Or some people are like, no, the FBI are lying. They're pinning it on him because they don't want it to be Allah. I don't know what they would say, but you know, or we have all this info now, okay, and it's not like laid out to everything. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay it all out. We're gonna lay it out, not like we're laying out our story. We're gonna lay out all our evidence and look at his life and how that really fits into this. Look at his life and look at the clues yourself. All the military information, his medical information. Nothing is made up. Nothing is manipulated. It's all this, and that's a lot more than you can get from any other suspect. What else can you get? Not much. So I'm saying, you're not getting like the full military records. You're not getting the full medical records. I mean, from us, you would get it. That's what we want to do is put that out there, because if that should be convincing. That should be convincing. I mean, to have more stuff, you want to have more stuff than just have somebody say, "Hey, I think it's this," or "I think it's that," or the possibility of this, or could be that. I'm just saying, with our pictures, with this writing, we have handprint, fingerprints, and all that. So we just submitted the DNA, because we had to go through a process to, I guess, you do the gen match and then you gotta send it off. But we're gonna give it to that Ken Main too. I mean, we're gonna give all this up, and we're pretty convinced, guys. Like, you guys are all gonna just wake up one morning and be like, "Oh my God, it was him." That's how I feel like it's gonna happen.
is anybody
That's a big
want to
claim,
react?
Jeff.
Druzer, hello, my
Okay.
boy.
How's it going, everyone?
Fine,
Um,
just fine.
Just fine.
What's up, brother?
There's no evidence that Ken Maines knows what he's talking about with DNA for Riverside. And,
Okay, this is big now.
he
All right,
clearly
Druzer,
doesn't
go
know
on.
the Zodiac case. either.
Doesn't he carry some DNA with it, though? That
That's what
he's
he
looking
said.
for a match to a DNA, so he's saying send in DNA. He has
He says
something
he
to match
does.
it to.
I don't think he's being dishonest. I just don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Do you think he's
I'm
being
listening,
dishonest
Druzer.
with what he has with the DNA that he has to match up to anybody? Because
He
that's
doesn't
really
have-
all I care about.
Well, at first he was incredibly vague and turned off his comments, and then he gave us a little more by saying that he had a sample from the watch, and
Yes.
or no, sorry, not the watch, the cigarette butt. Isn't that what he said? The
He
cigarette
said
butt
the
in
watch.
pants?
He said the watch as well. Yeah.
Well, he said the watch and the pants, but I want to hear like Druzer's progression of the events.
Well, you're not going to match anyone unless you get nuclear DNA, and the only
Right.
thing he could possibly have is mitochondrial DNA. So there's so you can't match the two. All you can say is this person could be linked.
So I'm just
through the
saying,
mother.
he if he has it moving forward, then we would just, if he has some kind of evidence of a DNA of somebody, so we just
Yeah.
need to find that somebody and give it to him, right? So he's good enough to do that, right?
No,
According to
that's not what
himself.
you're saying, though, right?
Well, I put it this way: if your DNA is linked to the extremely suspicious stuff that he has, then that would be interesting. If it linked to any known suspect, that would be of interest.
Yeah,
But
that's what we're working on.
But there's little to nothing to suggest that the DNA that he has is from the Riverside killer. It's from someone who was in Riverside, but we don't know. We don't know.
Or somebody who was visiting Riverside, driving through Riverside, but not necessarily from Riverside.
Someone who is at the crime scene.
Right.
Yeah, you got a match there. It's going to be interesting, but it could be that Hill and whoever left the samples in Riverside, there could be 50,000, 100,000 other people that have the same genetic makeup.
Okay,
so
so
what we
Druzer,
need to know is how solid this link is. Like he didn't say that this matches this, and
No,
the
he
only
didn't.
information I have
He didn't say that. Correct.
the only information I have is from the person who is actually doing the DNA analysis that he's describing. And she said they got a big fat 0.
Okay.
So,
but Druzer, what's this thing about the cigarette butts? Because like I watched the video that you guys saw as well, saying that he says, talking about how his DNA file is about the DNA from the wristband, from the watch, and her pants. He said nothing about the DNA that should be from the hair on her hand. What's the thing with the cigarette butts?
well, that'll give you mitochondrial DNA. So obviously that's what he got off the pants as well. But we don't
That
know.
means nothing, though.
It could be from anyone. It hasn't been eliminated from the Bates family, which is where you need to start. And the problem is that Sherry Joe was cremated, so we can't go back further. So there's all kinds of problems. The blood that was sampled from the pants produced no DNA, which is unfortunate.
Well, I could put my suspect in there during that time frame. My mom was obviously living there, but they visited some family there within an hour from the crime scene, and they also went to, I believe, Disneyland or whatever that's out there during that summer. And so, and there's again family that lives there in that area. So, and then he's also from lived in Beeville, Texas, by the Texarkana, whatever area. And he owned a same year, make, model of the station wagon, and then also had 2 little girls that were the same age as the clothes that were seen in the car of the station wagon. So
this is Kathleen Johns.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
that's
though,
definitely-
Sorry, jumping around, but
before we go on to Kathleen Johns, though, I want to come back to this DNA thing. I'm sure most people in the chat are familiar with this, but what we've been talking about is how mitochondrial DNA does not confirm a suspect. It can only be used to eliminate a suspect. And I'm so glad that Druzer brought up the point of about 50,000. What they often try to tell us is that a mitochondrial DNA match could be among tens of thousands of people in the community. And I just want to point out that in the Jack the Ripper case, we have had multiple mitochondrial DNA matches against these suspects here, like Aaron Kosminski and Walter Sickert. that doesn't mean that that's their DNA. It could be anybody that's in this 50,000 group or this group of 90,000 people. So mitochondrial DNA is not extremely practical in any of these cases. It could be used to eliminate someone, but I think Druzer's stance is like Ken Mings is just being very vague about. Ken Mings has been very vague about his DNA and how reliable it is. So comparing it to Gary Francis Post and Ted Kaczynski and saying they should be eliminated for the Bates murder, do we even know that they should now? I don't know. That's kind of saddening to hear.
I mean, he was saying, send me. He did say, send me in DNA so I can match it.
He said that.
He's encouraging that.
He said that he gave Jake Boy an open invitation to do so.
Druzer's argument is like he has some sample, but it's not confirmed Sherry's killer, so he could test.
Well, right, of course, it's not going to be confirmed. We don't know who the killer is.
Right, against whatever sample he has. And then I was going to bring up that Ted K thing, Ned, too. So he apparently claims that Ted K tested negative for Sherry's killer, which is interesting. Not that any of us put Ted K down there.
Let me step in for a second. It's not whether it doesn't matter whether we know who the Riverside killer is. We don't know that a sample from these two items matching means that they were from the same person. Okay?
Right. But so if we send in our DNA, just saying, and it to them, they won't be able to. If they say, hey, well, possibly, let's say my grandfather smoked that cigarette butt or whatever.
If they could determine that your grandfather smoked the cigarette, that would be very interesting, but they don't have enough information in that.
No, you know what I'm saying? There's not enough evidence on that cigarette butt to match it to him.
Or anyone. Right. Correct. Now, so...
It doesn't make sense why they would even put it out there then.
Well, it makes sense insofar as he doesn't know what he has or what he needs. Is sort of the nice way to put it. So if you send, if Hill's sample is not inconsistent with the samples that he has from these other two items, then we could add Hill to the list of however many matches. I'm not sure that makes sense, but like you, I, anyone on this panel could have DNA consistent to the mitochondrial sample found in Riverside. That doesn't mean any of us are the Riverside killer.
Right. It's just from what I know, isn't it? If there's a lot of connections or whatever, nothing, huh? Okay. I mean, whatever.
Jeff, you get what we're saying though about the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA. Like the nuclear DNA is like when you get like the nuclear match. That means that, say, if you left DNA behind on something, they take your DNA sample and they match it to the nuclear DNA. Be like, okay, this sample matches this sample 100%. This is Jeff's DNA.
Sorry, guys, this isn't my area, okay? But I'm understanding now what you're saying.
Mitochondrial DNA is done in a different way where tens of thousands of people are going to have the same mitochondrial DNA. And it's used to eliminate suspects, to rule them out, but it's not used to confirm suspects.
A case in point is their prime suspect who knew Sherry Joe Bates. They got his mitochondrial DNA and compared it to mitochondrial DNA found in Sherry Joe's palm. And it was not consistent with it. So they were able to eliminate him. At least rational people would eliminate him based on those results. Had he been inclusively linked to what they had, their search would not be over, it would just be beginning. Because he would be amongst a group of people that would match that DNA.
Got it.
Well, they took what? Hair, saliva, DNA prints from him. They took almost everything from him, right, Druzer? So, I mean,
According to Susanna, the problem is we don't know exactly whether the material they got came from the blood or the hair. The blood is obviously Sherry's. The hair did not look blonde, so and that's literally what we have. It did not look like Sherry's hair, so presumably it's from the killers, especially because where it's found. But if you want to test those rootless hairs, what you need to do first is wash the blood off it, and then take your sample. And because this was done like 25 years ago, the technology was not quite there. So we don't really know what we have, in short.
That is very saddening, Druzer, because you would hope that they would cross-reference Sherry's DNA with the DNA that's on the hair if there's this giant ambiguity.
Yeah. But she was cremated before they knew about DNA. So what they have is a visual dissimilarity between Sherry's known blonde hair and this hair, which was described as brown.
But they don't have her DNA on anything that they can definitively say it's hers? Well, what about relatives or something like that?
Exactly, which hasn't been discussed by RPD in the public. Surely they've considered that. And yes, that is an option. They have her brother is alive and well, or at least he was 5 years ago. So hopefully that will be the next step they take. Get microdata, and we can learn what we have, and what we still need.
You in?
I'm in. Hi guys.
How's it going?
Hi, man.
I'll tell you what, I like the railroad background, Ned, because Druzer will be familiar with this theory of the Zodiac symbols coming from that whole railroad thing. I mean, I know there's like the hobo language with the symbols and whatnot, but could be something there.
You mean like the Santa Fe Railroad poster?
Yeah.
Some of them are shockingly similar. Like, the Z340 begins with the letters H, E, and R, and one of the Santa Fe Railroad symbols is H, E, and R put together, and it's very clearly done in that way. But there is one thing, though. We have a question here in the chat. Where was that? That's from Paranoid Android. Was she a redhead? Sherry Jo Bates was blonde, if I recall, although it does look like that in some of the photos. That she is, it looks like she has red hair. I think that they've been colored, or there's like some type of tint, but she's blonde, right, guys?
Right.
Blonde, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, because even in the Riverside Confession, she's referred to as a blonde, right?
Yeah,
I have not read it in some time, but
Maybe I missed.
She was blonde.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I think didn't he refer to both blondes and brunettes in that?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. Made the shapely
Babysitter.
blonde or the brownette as he wrote it out. So I was thinking of something else. But anyway, Sherry Jo Bates had blonde hair.
Yeah, but
Thank
back
you,
to
Pat.
that railroad. I know, Ross, didn't you? I heard some of your videos about when you talked about the Southern California, like Gaviota Beach and Oceanside, and all of them kind of being committed around railroad tracks as well. So there's that always kind of interested me, and I kind of put it in my file cabinet at the back of my head. But yeah, there seems to be this also, in addition to the water, the military, the Navy, this very kind of subtle railroad theme in there too.
And something, Ned, you point out was really interesting. It's on the Wheel of the Death. The Wheel of Death. You have 5 ways to kill: by fire, by knife, by gun, by rope, by water. So there is this connection with the water, who could be something, because we have Lake Herman Road, you have Blue Rock Spring, you have Lake Berryessa, and for Washington and Cherry, I don't know, but
Lake Tahoe.
Yes.
Yeah.
for Lake Tahoe, for Donalas, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can
And provide a
still
little
see
bit
the
of-
ocean from Presidio Heights, you know what I mean? So it's like it kind of qualifies, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, but it was not maybe in his plan. Like I told you before, it's just just an opinion like this, but it was not maybe in his plan to stop after Paul Stein, and it was maybe not previewed to kill a cab driver in San Francisco. Maybe they had something. They had or he had something else in mind and see an opportunity and take this opportunity to have more noise around his name and place the fear in the city. So
Right, and then where he killed the taxi driver, it was right next to a school. That school that was named
Presidio Hill School, which is this
Presidio Hill
progressive
School.
school that was in the media quite a bit in the papers for being progressive and integrating classes and education based in John Dewey's philosophy. But going back to like Jeff and I, when we were in California, we actually drove from San Francisco all the way to Lake Tahoe. Then we drove all the way up over the lake to try and survey where they found Donna Lass's remains as well. And even that is near a reservoir. It's in like a camping ground area, reservoir, like where there's water. And so that kind of struck me. And then another thing too, when we were driving east to Lake Tahoe, there's all of a sudden you see like the pine trees around us, like peek through the pines. But then when you go around the east side of the lake up north through North Lake Tahoe, and then you go through, you also kind of drive through the same amount of pine trees before you get to the position where Donna Lass was found. So we made some, notes about that, but the reservoir was definitely, to me, and again, the Donna Lass is debated in the community, right? Is it a Zodiac murder? Is it not? But there were some subtle hints to say this could very well be, obviously, as you know.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
The train connection
awful.
was Gaviota, and Ray Davis was right by the train tracks as well. So, I mean, I slightly disagree, Jerome, on Presidio Heights. Like, it seems fairly obvious that he planned it, but I don't know about planning it. Like, kind of like what I was saying about Lake Herman Road. It's like goes through the dry runs. I mean, maybe he took 2 taxi drive trips before that, taxi cab trips. Maybe he took 20. We don't really know, but like you said, then something triggers the conversation in that moment or whatever. He just decides to do the impulse. But I mean, it's because of, the whole way out down Jackson and through the Presidio and stuff. It San Francisco's huge. You could have did that anywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I really do believe that. I'm a proponent of the belief that he strategically chose the locations of his victims. I really, there is evidence to say that. But back to our suspect too, some of the motive that we have for why we would say he could be capable of doing this and what could have driven the anger and the animosity would be that, his ex-wife, when they were in Texas, his dad also worked for the railroad. So his dad was in the Navy, dad worked for the railroad, got him a job in high school before he enlisted at the railroad. But his dad was the one that put his ex-wife when she finally escaped, on a train from Texas back to Ohio. So that's how she made it back as well.
Right.
Again, it's part of the story, but we don't, is it something? I think for me, I'm just looking at the macro level, right? All of these micro pieces kind of build the puzzle to look at a huge picture. But like Jeff said, if I see something that says, you know what, Loring, that's it. This rules him out. Like he's 5'5", or he worked at, even if he worked at a car dealership, but he wasn't a mechanic.
He might have worked at McDonald's.
I would be like,
Kamala Harris.
we got to put this down.
Yes.
What did you say, McDonald's?
He worked at McDonald's with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, working the fry later.
Right, but like his occupation lines up to the case, his whereabouts line up to the case, his appearance, the way he dresses. The timeline. I can explain the gap between, the December 20th murder and the July 4th murder. And then all of a sudden, when the ship is out into maintenance for 18 months, the activity increases. all the way through the time in which he finally leaves California. That's why I hold to the case and continue to look into Loring.
And that's good. It's really good because even if it's not the Zodiac, this guy was really dangerous. So
yeah, like
looks
if I
like
look at him and he's not the Zodiac, but he's a stronger suspect than Arthur Lee Allen, then hey, I need to look into this.
Yeah, Allen's not that strong of a suspect.
No, he's not. But
the problem is he lives down the street. Yeah, no, for sure. No, it's just where Allen lives. I think that's what people literally think. Well, it's that many miles from Herman and that many miles from Blue Rock, so it must be him. And it's like,
I just don't think that serial killers shit where they eat. I don't think so.
All right, but Melissa and Jeff, did you ever find any new information about the murder that Loring may have committed in 1957?
Unfortunately, nope.
No, and I mean, I'm digging through newspapers in 57 around Corpus Christi.
Yeah, there's no records
I'm
prior
looking at,
to 65, right?
Well, there's no digitized records before 65. So we probably have to take another trip. But I mean, we're still looking into it. I mean, I'm looking on graves.com for,
We were talking about taking a trip out there again.
All right, but
scoping the graveyards and scoping the graveyards if we have to get some dates on these people that were buried in these cemeteries. We're thinking about going out there, trying to find somebody else, on that, on the date, in the months.
Well, I've narrowed the time down from March of 57 to November of 57. So I'm looking for people that were died by homicide. Okay. Within the, Corpus Christi, Kingsville, Beesville area. And from there, I'm drilling down to see if, in fact, what the story is around that. There was one guy who was shot by a .38 Marlin in his home, in his bedroom. That one I looked at, but I ruled out Loring. That was not a Loring killing. It's difficult because the story is that he claimed it was a home invasion, so he was not arrested, nor was he charged. So the best case scenario I can do is to look for someone who died during that time frame and then read the papers to see, or the obituary to see what the circumstances were around that death.
Right, but like you guys have been guests on Black Box Online Radio before, and somebody more or less asked a question to you, and that was that it should be pretty easy to find out if someone was murdered in 1957 in Corpus Christi, Texas. Is there any possibility that that story is untrue?
It's just you know what it is? It's the date. It's a hard time. It's a time, in the 50s, it's not the 80s or the 90s where it's just, it's just a whole different time frame, I think, for us. I think it's likely, like my mom told us that,
Well, and her mother told her this story.
Right.
And then his mom recalls the event happening when she was young. She was like 4 years old when this happened. And she was there, supposedly. But I will say, when we're talking about credibility, that's what I wanted to establish first and foremost from his mother. Like, okay, she says she went to high school in Alameda. Is that true? I find her yearbook picture in Ancestry.com. She says they said her father was based in the Bay Area at the time. I find his enlistment record, from 1969 through 74 within that area.
Right. And then he was, he was also in Dublin.
He was in Dublin.
Right. And you could see Mount Diablo from Dublin, from that station.
He was in Dublin in up until June of 67.
Right. So he was there when when people were calling in the police station saying, this guy looks like the Zodiac that's over here.
That was in 71. We'll look into that.
Yeah, Richard was bringing that up on the last show he was on with us.
Yeah. I mean, there's something there. Like,
there was multiple people that called.
So in Dublin, there's a temporary residential base. So they put temporary housing for military personnel while they're awaiting personal housing and reassignment. And so that's why he was there in 67. He was awaiting his permanent resident outside the base in NAS Alameda. Now in 70, by the time the end of 70 to 71 is when he transitioned out of Alameda to Corpus Christi to a training squadron. What is it, like VT-24? But that's not to say that maybe his family went ahead of him and he stayed behind in that temporary housing when they moved out of Alameda until they could, figure things out in Texas. That piece I'm still drilling in on 1971 with these sightings in Pleasanton and Dublin area. But there are only 2 Zodiac letters in 71.
But we could place,
which is interesting.
But we could place them being there in Dublin. Now, being that who he was and able to go back and forth anytime he wants to. You know what I'm saying? To go from one base to the other. This guy probably he delivered airmail for the military. So he's a helicopter guy, jumping in a helicopter, going to each ship, dropping off mail, dropping it off at all different. I mean, it's easy for him to just get in and out of areas.
We're in Illinois. Yeah, we're right now. We're just on the Chicago border right now.
We have a question here. What signs of the zodiac represent water the most?
Pisces. That's my opinion. Pisces, I'd say.
Yeah.
Which are suspects of Pisces. His birthday was March 20th, 1934. But
I'm really not too concerned with astrology.
Yeah,
because some
I'm not
people
either.
try to the zodiac, to these astrological signs. And one point where I tend to agree with Michael Cole is that the zodiac may have been more concerned with astronomy or just maybe with the zodiac concept period, taking the zodiac symbol. That could have some type of astrological connection, but I really doubt the zodiac was somebody who took the horoscopes wholeheartedly. Or I think that's what the question is kind of leaning toward, is that when the zodiac's doing things because of his astrological signs. I'm not convinced of that. The reason why we can look at astronomy, Melissa and Jeff would probably agree with this, connections to the Navy. The Navy uses things like celestial navigation. Navy and Air Force are going to be all about using things like constellations, but especially the Navy. They've done this for hundreds of years, Prince Henry the Navigator and so on. And I mean, that's the stuff that I more focus on. I really don't even know much about
we
astrology.
believe his influence was from, so the fire happened in USS Enterprise July 14th. They put the entire
January,
fleet,
right?
Yeah, they put the entire fleet through fire safety school again in March of 69 at US, in Treasure Island, NAS Treasure Island. But I also feel like this, so therefore I think the influence was really that Charlie Chan's Treasure Island, the Dr. Zodiac persona, because it's literally about somebody flying from, on the plane from Hawaii to Treasure Island, that's where he was. He was back and forth between Hawaii and Treasure Island during that exact time frame. This persona is adopted before the July 31st and really the August 4th letters where he says, this is the Zodiac speaking. So, I mean, I'm tracing it probably around March of 69. Furthermore, we could talk about this as well, is the Dangerous Game movie. How come nobody talks about the fact that a ship blew up in the early portion of that movie? And people are going overboard and getting eaten by sharks. It's not just that he hunted humans for wild game, but there's this ship that blows up.
This guy lived it out.
In order to he kind of lived it. To me, it's just shocking that our person of interest not only was on a ship, but we can put him in the vicinity of the murders for the Zodiac killings with the timeline that's pretty tight.
Right. He jumps off a ship to live. When January 14th, next, this bomb goes off next to the Scorpion Squadron. Was it the Scorpion at the time?
Yeah.
So he and to me, I just picture myself on the edge of a ship, and if a bomb went ahead and went off, I mean, I'm probably dead or pushed me overboard, but for him to say through the family, as me always remembering, said that he had a choice to stay on the ship, burn alive, or jump in the water and get eaten by sharks. And I didn't know this movie had where these guys were getting eaten by sharks, and I was just like shocked. I'm like, oh my god! And then the Zodiac pulls out a piece of the Mikado that he jumps into a billowy wave, and I mean he's specifically telling you who he is and what he did. I mean, who else is jumping into a billowy wave? Who else is quoting sharks eating?
Well, and Paranoid Android says the Zodiac watch. Exactly. when I looked at his military records, he had deep sea diving in 1969 in Alameda, the deep sea diving training. So, you know, here's the speculation. Did he lose his Timex watch in Riverside? And then when he got a new watch, he got a Zodiac watch? That's speculation. But what is not speculation is his military records say he went through deep sea diving during 1969, and the Sea Wolf and, you know, the Aerosomatic, whatever, Zodiac watch was heavily used in Vietnam for naval personnel that did diving. So that could be
right. What I think someone was like kind of referring to is like about how I said the Zodiac may have had some type of connection to the Zodiac symbol itself, as opposed to being a diehard astrology fan. Perfect example, the Zodiac watch. Maybe they got the Zodiac watch in the Navy. Maybe they just had some type of connection to the Zodiac watches. That wouldn't mean that they're reading their horoscope every day. Oh, something good will happen to me because I'm a Scorpio. Not necessarily something like that.
Hey, I'm a Scorpio. Be careful.
So is my fiance. That's why I said that, you know. So but like just wishing good luck, right? And but that's just, you know, an example of how it's not about astrology. It's just about these smaller clues.
Yeah, or maybe you just choose his name just randomly.
Oh,
You
Zodiac?
need a name? Yeah. You need a name? Yeah, Zodiac. Yeah. With Zodiac, yeah, it fits well. I'm the Zodiac Killer.
When I was a kid, I thought he took the name because he thought it was just like it badass. He thought it sounded strong and so on. Now, I mean, I mostly agree with Charlie Chan at Treasure Island, Zodiac, and Dr. Zodiac. I mean, I think that might be one of the stronger ones. The Z may have come from Sign Z by Edwin Baird, but I mean, and always the Zodiac watches.
We have a question
Zorro,
here
I mean, there's
for Russ.
hundreds of examples of it. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, insights on Zodiac's choice of locations, like not really, just the basic things that we've all kind of derived from looking at maps and whatnot. I mean, Gaviota is huge. It's not like a small short walk like Ocean Beach is for the Swindles. It's a good 10-minute walk down there, a much worse walk out. Presidio Heights, Washington and Cherry is the only canonical I've been to, but it's interesting there. I mean, houses are super close together. Those houses are massive, very nice neighborhood. So it doesn't really seem to fit the pattern of everything else, non-canonical and canonical included. That's about as much as I can give you on that. I'm looking forward to getting to Lake Herman and Blue Rock and LB. Real quick, going back to just Netflix real quick and what we were all saying before, I'd like to get Druzer's response to the Netflix. I don't think he was on that episode with us. But what we were all saying before about Hulu, the most dangerous game, and this is the Zodiac speaking Netflix, and even History Channel, how they put up Kane and Sullivan. For whatever reason, television and streaming think that they have to connect these suspects to the Zodiac case. I mean, I really don't think you need to do it to make a Zodiac documentary. You can literally just focus on the facts and the canonicals. You know, I guess Myth of the Zodiac did a little bit more with interview, you know, less common interviews that we haven't seen before. But yeah, I don't know. I think they go in the complete wrong direction. On some hands, it helps because if you've never heard of the case, it introduces you to it, and hopefully you can do your own research. But at the same time, I just think doubling down on a suspect with not much evidence, it doesn't really help the case in my opinion. I think it's a lot more helpful just to, hey, these are the canonicals, this is the timeline, this is when the letters are sent. I mean, you can even it would be nice to talk to more of the journalists. I know like Kevin Fagan recently, what was that, Variety, or he did that YouTube channel interview. If I'm not mistaken, Ned, he wrote an article on Zodiac before Paul Avery did. So you really don't get to see much of the journalist side.
Kevin Fagan?
Yeah, I thought he wrote about it first. I would have to.
You mean in 1969?
After.
Yeah.
He's a lot younger, Ross.
Yes. Kevin Fagan's not that old, but he did do that video presentation. Oh wait, I'm recalling something. Kevin Fagan started covering the Unabomber case for the Chronicle and then he was switched over to Zodiac. But that was in the 90s, if I recall.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Keith
About
Power, weren't you?
Oh yeah, maybe yeah.
Yeah, Keith Power was the journalist who's kind of like the pre-Paul Avery, the guy who's writing the stuff. And then, Thomas Horan used to have Keith Power as a core element of his theory about something happened, and then Paul Avery comes in and becomes the Zodiac Killer's publicist, so to speak. And
I think the
if you guys
best
want to talk
way.
about that.
I think the best way about what we can do today. I don't know if you will be agree with me, but like we are all over the place. It will be great to create, let's say, a kind of task force, not like Mr. What is his name?
Tom Colbert.
Yeah, Tom Colbert.
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah. I didn't
No,
mention Post.
not
but yeah.
not like this guy with, let's say, super investigator. We know nothing about the case, but us, if we are enough to put a lot of pressure of FBI, on the police of Valero, on the press, to release some stuff that we don't have access, and we could have more power and it could be more loud, let's say, if we are all together, working all together, even if we have different suspects and different ideas. It will be great that everyone join together in one way to go to the FBI, to the police, and make pressure to ask them to release what they have, what they don't have released before. It will be, I think, it will be something who could help us to go forward in the investigation. I don't know what you think about that. It could be difficult because we are all over the place. We have Ross who live in California, so it could. We have somebody in California. I think there is other people who live in California who could be maybe interested. But yeah, it will not easy to do. But in the same times, we need to be, let's say, big to have an answer from the FBI or the police, because just an example, I'm calling the FBI often to reopen the Teresa Halbach case, but it's just me. And the last time the guys told me, "Are you alone in your investigation?" And I say, "Yeah, mostly. I have people who agree with me and working on the subject, but about me, I'm calling you. It's on me, and yeah, mostly I'm alone." And the guy told me, "You better have a lawyer with you to represent you, asking the FBI to reopen a case." And that's why I was thinking, yeah, if we can have somebody like Jerry Buting, that
Sure.
which is a friend, and somebody like Jerry Buting, somebody like Ed and Susanna, who are really good in DNA, somebody like Richard, Druzer, you, Ned, for sure, Drew Beeson, Mike Morford, you too, Melissa and Jeff, that we can have a lot of people, but in the same group, making pressure and a lot of pressure on the FBI and the law enforcement.
I'm really good at coming up with the name of the group. I'll come up with the name of the group. It'll be called SPI, Secret Pal Investigator Spy.
Excellent.
I like Zodomaniacs.
Soda Maniac.
Yeah, the
like,
maniacs. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, so like you were saying, Jerome, like, Colbert, as insufferable as he is, he did get the 302s released from the FBI because they had a massive FOIA, sued the FBI to release the forms. Like, what do I think the difference is? Well, I mean, they approached Cooper totally different because no lives were lost. You know, he's not a serial killer, not a mass murderer, although he did threaten some people with a bomb. So, you know, Ned, you and I can argue about what the crime was there. But the difference is the FBI ultimately came to a place where they flat out were saying to Cooper investigators, we are not going to prosecute this guy. If he's 80, 90, he stole the cash back in the day in the early 70s, and now he's going to be...
An issue. Yeah.
Actually, what their exact answer was, the prosecution and the trial would cost way more money than it would matter of some 80-year-old guy who was D.B. Cooper back in the early 70s, probably spent the money or burned it and doesn't even have it anymore. So it would ultimately amount to nothing, whereas they just seem to have a totally different stance in Zodiac, where it's like,
yeah, but
there's victims families.
Yeah,
they're not just going to dump their archive, you know? Like,
yeah, there is a difference between Cooper and the Zodiac, because here there is crime. So, and the DB Cooper story, there is no crime.
So that's why you can't just FOIA it. They just tell you, well, it's an open investigation. You know, Druzer might have more on that.
Yeah,
I don't think they would or should release any holdbacks they have in the Zodiac case. I think they've given us everything that they think would be helpful to amateur sleuths, at least up until the late 90s. We have an astonishing amount of reports.
Documentation.
And I think that's all we're going to get. And I don't think, I mean, we talk about them giving up, but basically if they don't have, and I guess this applies to the Cooper case as well, is if you don't have anything forensic to compare to any suspect, why on earth would they spend time digging through suspects that they can't eliminate or include with their non-forensic evidence? It's like, I mean, we have partial, smudged, terrible fingerprints at the Stein case, and then all the other ones don't match each other.
The palm print, what's the palm print from the Exorcist letter? Or?
Yeah.
Palm print might be the best we have. You couldn't get a conviction on it, but if you did have someone like Arthur Lee Allen, or someone who has, you know, some fairly legitimate reasons to be considered a suspect match to it, he was a non-match. But if he was a match, then that would be worthwhile.
It would be great to make a campaign to have everybody say DNA.
Have everyone send DNA? I don't.
People, if you took all the suspects we have, and if we can have access to not her DNA directly, because they are all almost passed away, but by their family, by the ancestral, by their family, we the Joseph D'Angelo,
BTK.
Like in BTK, like in Joseph Angelo case, it was caught like this. So I agree with you, Guy, about the involvement of the FBI and the involvement of the police at this point of the case, but maybe there is somebody in law enforcement or in the FBI who is really interested in the Zodiac case and want to help, but I never heard about us, so they didn't know. So
I'm all for pressure, but I think it should be towards testing things that haven't been tested, retesting things that were tested 20 years ago with insufficient technology. Because until we have a sample that we can have some sort of faith in that was from the killer, absolutely nothing is going to happen.
Agreed.
Right.
That was my follow-up, Jerome. What would be your end game if you get Colbert and his lawyer, or Mark Zaid, or one of these people to sue the FBI, dump all the Zodiac 302s? We already know that they don't have a great prime suspect other than the subject of the recent Netflix, which I thought was dog crap. So if we got every single unreleased 302, what would you be expecting, Jerome? Because it's also possibly there's not much in there other than we looked at this guy, couldn't confirm him. Looked at this guy, couldn't confirm him. That's what I would expect to see. Just a lot of lists like that and 302s that don't
I do agree.
lead to anything. You know,
I do agree, but in the same times, if you don't do anything to make pressure on them, they will never release what they don't have already released like this. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Now, Jerome,
I don't think it's
when you made the comment about DNA, Jerome, did you mean that you wish like everyone would put their DNA on the Ancestry websites, so then we would just have this giant public database? Is that what you meant by everyone?
Is the idea? Is the idea?
Yeah, sure. I'm down for that. I mean,
makes some
and
sense.
people should have nothing to hide, right?
No, and just to say to those people, it's not to have something against your dad or your granddad or something. It's to rule him out of the case.
Yeah,
it's the idea. So
yeah, but
is that
it takes like participation and what's the word for that, for the submission. So it's like you tell them it's going to rule them out, but what happens if someone sends a sample and it rules them in? They might have some trepidation that like, hey, I would love to rule them out, but I don't want my granddad being confirmed to be the Zodiac. I mean, you can't hold it against people for feeling that way,
No,
I mean, it'd
sure.
be nice to get the truth, but
Sure.
All right, Jerome, I just want to say now I have to get off the stream, but guys, thank you so much for participating. Nice to see you, Jeff and Melissa, as always. Ross, Druzer, thank you to you too. And thank you to everybody in the chat. And also, I appreciate the comments about people who said that they liked the new episode of Black Box Online Radio, the interview that I did with Michael Butterfield. Thank you to everybody in the chat who shared some things. You're welcome, Paranoid Android. And everybody have a nice day, okay? Take care.
Have a good one.
Take care, man. See you soon.
Challenge question for Druzer. How did you enjoy the This is the Zodiac Speaking 3-part Netflix series?
I enjoyed it. I had to watch it when my spouse was not around because I just kept guffawing and pausing it and trying to explain, and she couldn't care less. Yeah. No, I mean it was deceptive, delusional, combination of the two.
Yeah.
There was absolutely no new or decent research in it.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
And I always like when anything comes out about Zodiac, because you never know when something is going to lead to more testing or more information that is helpful.
Yeah.
It's also going to bring more attention to the case. Obviously, this is going to spread a lot of disinformation, not misinformation. This is deliberate disinformation.
Yep.
So that's going to come into the community. But I thought it was sort of well produced from a cinematic point of view. Really good reconstructions.
Yeah, great editing, but not so heavy on the information. So you sent me some clarification on Susanna's Riverside DNA testing. What did you make of that final sequence of testing the blood on Arthur Lee Allen's knife?
It's the same thing that all of these other productions and books do. They know they don't have anything, so they produce it before the results come in.
Yeah,
they can get all the views they can before the news, which they're not going to receive, comes in.
That's exactly.
This was not tested at Susanna's laboratory. This was not tested in affiliation with law enforcement.
Right.
So
it's a private.
So I'm sure they're trying to get it looked at, but no one is going to look at it.
I mean, what's the point of having Susanna do that if it's not even her lab? It's for the camera, basically, right? Because she's known in true crime community, I would assume.
Yeah, and I've had several conversations with her since this took place, and She didn't mention it.
Yeah, so I don't think it was very high on her list. Although she does, she's involved in court proceedings and stuff. So I assume
She sure is.
got
She's
much busier
involved in
things.
some very, very interesting things these days.
The most interesting thing I've heard her say was her episode with Morph, which is the Ray. She worked on Ray Davis. She worked on Sherry Joe.
Yeah.
That was I don't know why they didn't have her speak on that. You know what I mean? But I guess
I don't care.
Yeah, I know. Anything that actually matters.
No, it's. I think something that happens with a lot of these productions is they learn of an intriguing story before they are experts in the case, and then they pursue it. And by the time they're into they have their funding and they have production, they perhaps realize that they've bitten off more than they can chew.
Yep.
And it isn't about a criminal investigation. It is about putting forth some entertainment and
true crime entertainment with a true crime topic.
Yeah,
even
it must be scripted. It must be scripted. So
yeah,
they're all scripted.
Yeah.
I mean, certain segments wouldn't be like. I'm not saying they script all the interviews, but they know what they want to get out of those interviews, and that's what they're looking for.
Are you guys no longer doing Citizen Detective, Druzer? Is that true?
Yeah, afraid not.
Dang, that's so well. Anyway, go check out the old episodes because you guys covered tons of. I'm still going through the backlog, watching old stuff over there. It was an amazing channel. Hopefully, maybe you guys will be able to do something else.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great
Mike Morford. We will be part of the panel soon.
Morph, Doc Death, Druzer, Susanna, Cloyd, everybody over there was great. Did you guys want to get into? I'm sure you saw this, Druzer. Did you see this thing that Tom linked? The Citizen. This is the Zodiac speaking on YouTube.
Yeah, the 50th anniversary. Yeah,
pretty interesting blog. I thought had some interesting material in it.
Did you call it a blog?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Video. I saw a video.
Yeah,
that's
what I meant. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, it was kind of chronicling the anniversaries, like you said. They did Lake Herman, Blue Rock.
Yeah.
I think Presidio, or they did everything, right? Lake Berryessa and Presidio Heights.
Mm-hmm.
It got a little weird at Presidio Heights with the violence threat, but other than that.
I thought the weird part was when he asked her to marry him there.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that, but it
was weird.
Yeah, I dig it.
I can understand it. I mean, making it. He wanted it to be known for something else other than, death, which I can understand that thought.
Yeah, good for them. Angie seems great. I haven't talked to her much, but I'm sure she's wonderful.
Yeah, Angie's awesome. They were in the ZK Discord, I think right after it dropped, and everybody was talking about Netflix. And but I mean, I thought the highlight was Darlene's brothers. I don't know that I've ever seen them speak on camera before. I don't know if Druzer or the rest of you guys have.
Yeah, sure.
But that was interesting. Some interesting discussion there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We have a question here for Melissa and Jeff. Yeah, here.
Yeah, Ned was already on. This is the Zodiac speaking. He did the Donna last episode with Morph and Rich. That was cool. Kind of like the last bonus episode.
Yeah. You want me to answer this question, Hero?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was 6 foot and 190 pounds in 1969. He was 35 years old. I've got pictures out as well of his appearance, military attire. I can put a sheet out there, kind of a physical description. I have I think it's like 19 different bullet points of what makes him fit the Zodiac killing case, and physical description is included in that. So maybe I could post it somewhere where I'll post it probably maybe on the front page. I know with my website, everything is kind of buried in different buttons that you have to click on to get through. So it's not exactly user friendly, which I'm working on in my free time. But yeah, maybe that's a great question. I think I'll just put all of that right in the beginning, and then maybe people will be able to see it a little bit easier, because I get this question a lot. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Another one. Maybe you have his death certificate or his physical report from the military?
Yeah, I mean, well, he died at age 61. So by the time he had died, he had been out of the military about 20 years. But I do have his last physical report from 1973 when he went into reserve. And then he was only in reserve 1 year and retired in 74. So he was at about 203 pounds by the time he retired.
When did he retire in 74?
He retired August 5th or like 1st, right around, August 5th or 1st, something like that in 1974. It was definitely in August.
Where was he until then in 74?
He returned back to Ohio, North Lewisburg, Ohio, his family farm. So he took over that farmhouse. But they have him stationed for reserves out of Bainbridge, Maine. So in 1973, when he went into reserves, they moved from Corpus Christi, where he was active, reserves back to Ohio in 73. So kind of that timing around August of 73, when the Albany letters surfaced and were written, I thought was very weird. But I have not physically been able to like place him in Albany, New York. Like, did he go to New York for some odd reason before he went to Ohio? I mean, the guy was kind of all over the country all the time. He refused to take commercial flights as well. So he was constantly driving, maybe because he flew a lot, obviously, in the military.
And what's the name of the base that's there? The Navy base? Isn't there a Navy base there?
Where?
In New York.
I mean, there's a Navy base, NAS Albany in Georgia.
That's connected
but
to the squadrons.
I mean, there's some of the, some of the squadrons go through kind of growth periods, right, where they will be discontinued or they'll morph into another squadron. So, for example, VAW-13 is now VAQ-130. So you have to go back through all the history of all these squadrons to figure out like where they were based, what their detachments were, like what fleet or air carrier they were. Air carrier 9, CVW-9 is the one that Loring was in California. But when he was in the helicopter squadron, he was in a different carrier line, and so it gets very very confusing, but I think I've got a good handle of it now. But I still don't think any of that really has anything to do with the Albany letters. So anyway, but
that was the next question.
The purpose of every investigation has to be to eliminate your suspect.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
And so Al is right. What you need to do is find out where he was in late January 1974.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Altug here. We were asking, was he in San Francisco in January 1974?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is if there was a USS Enterprise reunion, because they always had reunions, right, for these aircraft carriers. That would be maybe the only reason he'd be there, but I don't know. I haven't had time to look into digging into 1974 yet. But yeah,
each time
he was retired by then. He could have really been anywhere. After he worked for the Navy, he then worked for Honda Automotive as a security guard for 20 years.
Which is coincidental. The Honda card.
Yeah,
that was for the Zodiac, right? That's it.
Yeah, that was the New Year's Eve. That was the 2021 card where they mentioned Laguna Honda Hospital. Very weird.
Odd that that he worked for Honda, but
I think
he was dead already by then too.
So I don't whether his wife, doctored that card or found it and dropped it in the mail later to keep his memory alive, because it's odd as well where he says, "Oh, you thought I was dead? Ha ha! No way." It's just these little hints. Some of it I can prove, right? The military records, the fire, his whereabouts through the newspapers.com, because his mom was a journalist. She had her own column. I can pinpoint when she said he was in town on furlough and things like that. And I know when he died, obviously, in 1996. That's the only communication after 1996 is that New Year's Day card. And it's kind of about his death. And they do mention Honda Hospital. Why? I don't know. And again, you kind of had the racial undertones of the Mooney bus hitting the pedestrians and things like that. which also makes me suspect, was Presidio Hill School part of this strange, ideology that he had? I don't know.
You also have a military base in the Presidio Heights.
Yes. And a hospital, exactly. That's where the hospital, I think,
And a
wasn't
school.
it? In that area?
And I think we have one here for Druzer, maybe more for Druzer and Ross, or maybe for everybody. Do you think
Yeah, I
was
mean
more
that's
important to
pretty
find evidence that he was in
baseline. Like,
Valero, Napa, San Francisco during the murder date?
goes back to what Druzer was saying.
Well, I would expand it to all known Zodiac activities, and
The letter campaign.
I would try not to go down the road of outliers in terms of letters or murders, because then even if you get a hit, it's still contingent on something being confirmed that will likely never be confirmed.
Yeah,
So I would focus on known Zodiac activity and at least get them in the state, and it's a hard thing to do for so many investigations. Like Drew Beeson has spent years investigating Don Chaney, but I don't think he has a single point of activity from Don Chaney in the entire span of Zodiac activity.
Right.
So there's really nothing you can do to make it a plausible argument.
Agree. That's my.
But at the same time, I mean, I don't think the Zodiac really is so similar to other cases, serial killers or others, where this guy's here. I mean, Jack the Ripper is the same type of thing, where maybe the reason he didn't get identified is because he's not from Whitechapel. I would say that it's and I know you put Zodiac in East Bay, or you've moved him around a few times, Druzer, but I would make the same argument for Zodiac. I have no idea that he lives in Vallejo. I'm still 50-50 on it. I'm still not convinced. I mean, if you're an ALA guy, sure, he's right in the epicenter and look how everything lines up. But how many documentaries have we seen about this? His name was Arthur Lee Allen that don't line up. It was exactly what Drew was just saying. Yeah, he lives there, but you can't put him at any of the places. So, I mean, I think with Zodiac, it makes a lot of sense that he might have been 2 or 3 towns over or in a random place, like Druzer often says.
Yeah, you have to set your own boundaries for your investigation. I try to be as open as I can, but I have to have some rules. And one rule has got to be the suspect has got to be in the Bay Area. I just don't buy him driving hour after hour to mail these letters and do everything. I don't think he put in that much effort.
Here's a question for you, Druzer. Do you think, so in my review of LD's military records, he is discharged in NAS Alameda, and then on August 4th, 1969, and he re-enlists on August 5th, 1969. But I also found his military physical evaluation form was done on July 31st, 1969. So these dates are freaking me out a little.
Sorry, on August 5th, 1969, he did what?
He re-enlisted in VAQ 132, the Scorpion Squadron, for another 6 years.
So he sends out his confirmation to the authorities on the 4th, and then the next day he wants to bolt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he takes a month off, and he drives to Ohio with the kids. So he leaves. He's gone the whole month of August. Comes back the beginning of September because he has to report for duty on like September 9th. Again, in NAS Alameda. So would you put the case down or would you continue looking into it?
Continue.
I don't think it gives you anything one way or another. I mean, do I think him enlisting the day after he courts the media for attention is a plus in terms of him being Zodiac?
Well,
No.
would you think he'd be a plausible person of interest because he's in the area and these significant dates intersect?
I would be more interested if he stayed in the area, where he was trying to get media attention.
Right, but there's no activity until Lake Berryessa, September 27th.
Correct.
He's not there.
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys-
not saying it eliminates him. I don't
Right.
think it makes it more plausible.
Do you guys have any familiar with Lake Berryessa? Any mention of it? Any time that you know?
Well, my mother went to all these areas when she was a kid with him. You know,
Yeah.
she's been to all these same places that we visited these murders, and she's even told me that there's been times where they go there, and she has to sit in the car for an hour, 2 hours, and then he comes back. You know,
so
and then
vacationing, fishing, what puts him there? Just
She
bringing his
doesn't-
He
family there.
fished a lot. He fished a lot, and they went camping a lot.
yeah, I mean, like I said, all the places that we went to, I think minus Lake Tahoe.
Mhm.
She's
been to Lake Tahoe too, but
well, then I'm getting.
I don't
mixed
think
up,
it's
but-
the same. I don't know if it was the same year or not.
But-
Probably not the same year.
Yeah, all Blue Rock Springs. My mom went fishing there. She remembers the area. I mean, as a kid, so he's been there. He's gone there, and this is a guy that doesn't live. I mean, he lives there, but he's living on base, driving through back and forth.
Well, and okay, so let's look at why we think he loved to fish, right? Because we've never met this man. At least I haven't. You have. One thing, he was convicted, is court-martialed for stealing his shipmate's fishing equipment back in 1960 on USS Essex.
We have that record.
And then number two, I found a newspaper article that his mother had said he was gone for a couple of weeks to go fishing in Ontario in Canada on a fishing trip. So those are two reasons why I can say, yes, he loved the outdoors and he loved the fish.
And when I visited the farm in Ohio, it's just weird because the chimney had a problem and I offered my services. I was like, I'll do it for free, and I went out there and I took advantage of being out there.
This is the farm in Ohio.
I took pictures of everything I can look at, everything. Because I didn't really have a lot of time other than just I'm a chimney sweep by trade. So I'm now a chimney sweep undercover in my own family's house trying to get information,
I like it.
That's how bad I wanted this case to just get but anyways, yeah, that was.
Where are we going with this?
Why are you asking me?
So you took, one thing he noticed that he said to me
Yeah.
right away was the 1969 California.
That's where I was going with that.
Right.
So in the bookshelf in the corner, there's all these old books. There's all
You get
these
stuck in
old,
time.
old detective type books, like Sherlock Holmes. There's all these just weird books,
The farm has been abandoned since the early 2000s. Nobody's lived in the house.
Right.
Nothing. So everything is
it's
preserved.
like a time capsule in there. And
Yeah.
so going back to this specific book, that really drew me to go, what the heck is this? So I zoom in, to try to read these books in my picture. And one of them is a 1969 campground and recreational book,
It's
like where it shows you different areas. Now, he was there in 68. He was there before that time. He was there after that time. I mean, he could have had books from Texas, books from anywhere else, but specifically he had them from there. And, and I really kind of kicked myself in the ass and not pulling that book out of that bookcase. But I would have took it with me, along with the typewriter, along with, getting these books and pictures, his cruise book. I have access to his other cruise book. And a weird story too, is that everyone's like, well, where's grandfather's guns? Where's grandfather's guns? There was a story that, one person took them and that wasn't true. And then I try to figure out what kind of guns did this guy own. He owned Rugers, 22s. He specialized in training in the 22. These guns that were owned by him, we can get them. I believe we can get our hands on them at some point. And
the problem is they've supposedly been cleaned. They're at a gun cleaner, but that doesn't mean we can't, like, confirm ballistics with the guns.
or just
Yeah,
give them
if you're
to
looking for a 9, there's only 122 in Zodiac. Anything on cryptography in the bookshelf? Any copies of The Most Dangerous Game, the ABC murders? That'd be
I mean,
nice.
you know what? Honestly, I'm going to get that opportunity to go back in that house, but unfortunately, it's under the conditions of my grandmother passing away. So it's a step grandmother.
Understood.
There's two of her, my mother and my aunt, who are, my other grandmother's children to him prior to this, second marriage back in the day when all this activity happened. So, and fortunately enough, the step aunt is the power of attorney, and she is pretty good at, like, balancing everything out with saying, hey, once she passes, then we're all going to go in and, and go through it all. And I'm almost like, as much as I'd like to get my hands on those kind of things, whatever, and maybe find some IDs of some suspects somewhere in this
victims,
and then this back room, which was like where the chimney was, where I was working. So I was really looking. It was really creepy. I took a lot of pictures, but I didn't go through things because it's not my place to go through things. But all my mom's life, she was not even his own wife. Nobody was allowed in that back room by that chimney or by his tools. So it was always locked. Nobody was allowed there. I really want to get in there. I want to, get these books or whatever, but I'm not a crime scene investigator either, so.
But to Druzer's point, we're looking for physical pieces.
Right.
That make, that can tie to the case. We're not,
can I pull this book out of the bookshelf that's park and recreational and it's got, points on it or written stuff? I mean, we're hoping for something out of that book, that could give us more clues. But I have all this information from text messages from my aunt and pictures to prove that these things were there, and not that I'm blackmailing anybody, I wouldn't do that, but I have the info. You know what I'm saying? And if I have to get this info, I mean, to make this work before it's too late, and this everything does get separated from this house, and it's just too late to even for the FBI to come in and they already confirmed it or they found something out. So we're working as fast as we can to have this, just hopefully if FBI just goes and raids this farm and just gets everything they need. I was a kid at 6 years old. I remember, and I've told this story before, 2 memories of them. The first memory is when I was 6. This is a farm. He pulls out a bunch of food in a pan for the cats in the morning to feed them. One cat gets growling and gets mean over the other cats, so he just pulls out a .22 shotgun and just blows the cat away in front of me. That's one memory I have of him. And he didn't, and he did it like no problem, like it was a normal thing to do. And the second memory I had of him is when I was 18 and I watched him go into the ground in 96, and he had his military suit on, but he also had the picture of the USS Enterprise in his casket. Why specifically that ship when he was on the Saratoga, the Essex, and multiple tours, Mediterranean? I mean, this guy was in a helicopter. He's all over. But he specifically had the USS Enterprise picture. So when they dig him up, if they ever do, and they open that casket, they're going to open it up and see a picture of the USS Enterprise. And I feel that it's a connection to him. Maybe he's saying, I killed those 28 men by fire on to add to the 37 victims as the Zodiac persona, or he's just taking those as like a memorial, and still he's connected as the Zodiac Killer, to it. So I think he's just he's so smart. He laid out this trail or whatever. One day somebody's going to figure out who he is. They're going to dig him up, and it shows that he's trying to bury the truth with him. That's what I get out of it. Why he put that picture in there, So
What reason do you have to suspect that he killed 28 people?
So he was on the Scorpion Squadron in 1969, January 14th, when the ship blew up. The ship blew up on the USS Enterprise on its way to Vietnam from Hawaii, and he was on that ship. His mother went on record stating he is okay, and that's our explanation for the Halloween card, because Melissa and I believe it's a confession card. On that hand, it has a 14, and he's got the okay sign. His mother went on record and she said Loring is okay. Through the family, he had said, I had a choice to either jump in the ship or jump off the ship, get eaten by sharks, or stay on the ship and burn alive. But to me, I picture myself being on a ship and a ship blows up, it's going to put me overboard, especially if it's next to my squadron. And plus, like Melissa was saying earlier, the fact that how many months earlier it happened on the Forstall, where it was the exact same accident as the U.S. Enterprise, and they went through extensive training after the Forstall fire at Treasure Island, where
before that, Treasure Island was USS Enterprise, but on the USS Forstall, a Zuni bomb also cooked off and caused a huge entire fire. The U.S. Navy went through extensive tasks to retrain the fleet to make sure that would never happen again. The USS Enterprise went through 4 tours without incident. Now, all of a sudden, on July 14th, as they're gearing up to do training exercises they just left the port in Alameda 8 days prior, and they're getting prepared for training outside the coast of Hawaii. When this bomb gets cooked off again at 8:18 in the morning,
right next to his squadron,
and
that's where I believe by fire, because if you look up the YouTube video. Trial by fire. That's the video that the Navy made about that incident. It's called Trial by Fire. And that's where I think attributed to him saying by fire, by gun, by rope, because he's taking 28 men that died by fire and adding it to the 37 as the Zodiac persona, because at the Z, he had so many killings as the Z. As the Scorpion, he had so many killings. So I believe that he slowly built up this persona as a Zodiac killer, because before that he was killing people.
But let's look at the timeline too. Okay, so Faraday, right? The Faraday murder, December 20th, 1968. I can show you he was stationed there. He was prior to this in 1968. He was also on the Enterprise with no incident on the VAW 13 Dragon Squadron. Okay, the ship leaves the port on January 6th, 1969. Then this fire happens January 14th, 1969. They go to Treasure Island, get retrained in fire safety in March of 69. The ship comes back to Alameda. Okay, it finishes its tour in Vietnam. It comes back to Alameda on July 2nd, 1969. And then on July 4th, you have Lake Herman Road murders, right? Or murder of Darlene Ferrin. And then the ship gets taken out of service, all right, for refuel, extensive repairs.
Ferrin was Blue Rock Springs, real quick.
Yep. And then you see the activity of the Zodiac with the writing, the persona, and like I told you, with his forms, his reenlistment, and all of that. There's no more break. How come there's not a 7-month break until you get through, I think at the end of 1970, there was that 5-month break between the Halloween card and then that LA Times letter. But so this is what makes me question his involvement.
Do you think it was a complete coincidence that he was on the USS Enterprise and Melvin Belli had played in Star Trek and being on the USS Enterprise?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's a coincidence, or
I don't.
You don't know?
I think everything's, just like Jerome, when he first said, this is the Zodiac speaking. This
Yeah.
is the captain speaking. You know, it's coming
Yeah,
from
because
something.
I have
Everything's contributed something.
Where there's
I've
smoke,
got
there's fire.
I've got this problem with speaking because I don't speak English. It's not my first language. It's French, and I have learned English, and I continue to learning English. But if I'm writing to somebody, I will not say, "Hello, Drew. This is Jerome speaking." I'm going to say, "Hello, Drew. This is Jerome."
Right.
Right.
So I have always had an issue with that. With this is the Zodiac speaking, because in his early letter, the first letter, he say, "I am the murderer of the two teenagers last Christmas." Blah blah blah, and he completely changed, saying, "The editor, this is the Zodiac speaking," but nobody is speaking. It's a letter.
Yeah, just to add to what you're saying is that those two kids that got murdered were the same age as my aunt and my mother.
That's
Exactly.
Furlong and Snoozy. Yeah. They were 14 and 15 years old on
That was
August
after
3rd.
they were taken back away from my family, took them back from him because he stole those kids to California and then got tricked to giving those kids back.
Let me fill in the details.
Thank you, babe.
Slow down.
Let's go.
Okay. So again, physical evaluation July 31st. Okay. On August 3rd, Furlong and Snoozy are killed. Again, unconfirmed Zodiac killings, although later he implies. Okay. And then on August, the next day, he is discharged out of his squadron. And then on August 5th, he re-enlists. And then by August 8th, he leaves town. He puts all of his 5 kids in his light brown gold tan station wagon with his second wife, and they drive cross country to Ohio for a month. When they're in Ohio, his mother begs him. She's 15 years old at the time, and her younger sister, they're both his daughters from his first wife, in which we'll talk about motive, but that's what he had the falling out with, a severe falling out with. She's 14. So he has a 15 and a 14-year-old, both 2 daughters with the first wife. They beg to see their mother's side of the family. Okay. And they're in this rural farm town, beg and beg and beg. Finally, Loring's mother says, just let them go. Let's just let them see their family. He drops them off. And after a few days, when he returns to pick them up, her side of the family points shotguns and rifles at his face and says, there's no way you're taking these kids back to California. Okay. And they also tipped, their mother wasn't even in Ohio. She was in Chicago. They tipped her off. She gets to Ohio and makes sure those kids don't leave. Because every state he was in, if he was in Texas or California, he would file for custody in those states and then refuse to give the kids back. And then he would also make threats to put the kids, the 2 kids in a orphanage because they were ruining his second marriage and all this other stuff. And so finally, she had his first wife had the custody in the state of Ohio. So she was able to stand her ground and not let him return to California. Okay. So then he gets back end of August without his 2 older kids. He's got his 3 younger kids, 12, 9, they're like 10, 9, and 4 or 6. They were young. And a second wife. And so again, it's where my theory comes in as to why he all of a sudden again kills the couple or attacks at Lake Berryessa. Okay, at Lover's Lane again, attacks Paul Stein, who's the cab driver. We go back to motive in 1957, that case that I'm trying to verify, that a cab driver who's helping his first wife leave, he shoots him and gets away with it. This is where this, rage starts coming back again. And then he's writing the bus bomb letters and trying to threaten kids in school buses and things like that. And he's
after he loses custody of his kids.
Right.
Sorry to cut in, guys. I got to jet Jerome, Druzer, Melissa, right. Jeff. Good show.
Thank you, Russ.
See what I can do about the next panel. Things are getting busy here, but youtube.com/PlanetXFilm. Check me out, and I will.
Russ, we need to do something on Cobain.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm thinking about interviewing Tom Grant if I get a hold of him, but I got a lot of things going on, so I'll keep it moving. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Have a good show, guys. I will tune in. The chat.
Have a good one.
Russ. And Don't forget to subscribe to Planet Extremes Rocks. So, Melissa and Jeff, you mean that your suspect know his victim's age? They were targeting?
Furlong and Snoozy were 15 and 14, the same ages as his two oldest daughters, who he abused. I mean, viciously.
Let's just say that conversation that I had with my mother from from Indianapolis to Chicago, when this first started turning up with getting into this information, it took 30 years after he died for her to be brave enough to tell me what she began to tell me.
Yeah.
That's how deathly afraid she was of him. And then for that memory to come up about what he did when she ran away, and he grabbed her and said, "I will kill you if you do that again." And I've killed lots of people. And then her seeing, that the Zodiac picture on TV, and it looks exactly like her father. And, it just, it's compelling to me. And and like I said, I know my mother. My mother's not a person to make up lies and tell tales. She's not like that. Trust me, I was making sure that my mom was not losing it and going crazy,
I thought she was crazy. That's why I started looking into the details. I'm like, no way.
And so we just kept digging and digging and digging.
Too much.
It makes sense to me. Like, just like I said, though he's my family, I don't really know him. I didn't really get to know him other than a few things. And then what I heard through the family, and, that he was a military hero, and he served, and he had 3 pensions by the time he worked through the military, and then retired at Honda, retired as a security for another place. He had left 3 pensions to my step grandma. So he left a lot of money for her to be taken care of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and then to later hear this stuff, it's kind of disappointing to hear this stuff, and, and then also go back into my memories about the things that I remember, that he wasn't really a good person after all, and, abusive to, abusive enough to where my mom would tell us, "We are not going to leave you in a room with him by himself." Like, she would not trust anybody in that room with him by himself, and so where there's four of us kids, and when I was 6, we all slept in the same room with my mother when we did stay in Ohio at that time, and we were talking about the fact that him doing shooting a cat with a just so easily, it's just like weird, it's like I know that people that live on farms, hey, animals not doing good, you got to put it down, but for him to just shoot a cat for no reason, it just seemed weird, odd to me, and it definitely stuck out to me for the rest of my life. That's a memory that I can never shake,
I understand. Yeah.
But yeah.
Drew, you have a take on that?
On what exactly?
About everything.
Not really. I'm not. What was the point about the Snoozy and Furlong?
Well, I just found it odd that Snoozy and Furlong were the same ages as his 2 oldest daughters.
That got taken away, and so.
But he would have murdered them before he even had an inkling that he would have not returned back.
We know who murdered Snoozy and Furlong, though.
Well, there are people that are convicted that are innocent as well. I don't,
You don't think Werner did it?
I don't. No, and I think that we see false confessions a lot. Not a lot. I won't say a lot. I'll just say it isn't out of possibility to have a false confession.
Let's just take that as a side note. Don't discredit us. This is like possible.
Are you giving me homework, Druzer? I will dig into it. You tell me why you think Werner could be, outside of just him obviously being convicted of it. Yeah, then I'll do the same. I'll look into it. But
he was cited there. He knew them. murdered Kathy Bialek as well in the same horrific manner. Dude's guilty.
So,
but I don't think it's relevant to your case, though.
Right.
I would really stick with the confirmed stuff.
You know, honestly, we look at our suspect and we just look at all the Zodiac clues. You know what I mean?
If you put him in San Jose on August 3rd, then it's worth looking into.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I'm
relevant.
sure Hill wasn't the kind of murderer who stabbed someone 200 times.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I mean, he didn't really do that kind of murders.
What we're saying is, if the Zodiac claimed that he was responsible for long and snoozy, okay, it doesn't go against the information we have specifically, because we can at least put him in the Alameda area around August 3rd, that he was there. He was not in Ohio. If he was in Ohio when those two young ladies got killed, I would say you got it. Loring is innocent.
I think he really needs to be in the immediate Bay Area from.
He was in San Francisco.
Yeah, he was in San Francisco.
At what point was he in San Francisco? From what dates do you have?
So he was in San Francisco from the time that the U.S. So he was before January 6th. He was in San Francisco. After January 6th, he was in the ocean until July 2nd of 1969. And then in the month of July 69, he's still in town. He is getting his physical evaluation, and I have papers to prove this, at NAS Alameda on July 31st, 1969. Then he signs a discharge paper, and when they discharge, they re-enlist the next day. Is usually what happens. And that's what it says, August 4th and 5th. He discharges and re-enlists. And then I have newspaper articles from newspaper.com saying that the family is visiting in town in Ohio after August 8th. And he does not return back for a month until September 9th. Now, September 9th, he's back in the Bay Area of 69.
It seems odd that he wants to generate all this news media about himself and then immediately leave.
Yeah,
he couldn't read
what
it.
I was thinking.
And I think, to me, that's a feather at his hat, saying they're not going to catch me if I'm not there.
Yeah, and one of his
he wasn't worried about them catching him, though.
Yeah, and the fact that his mother, right, and his mother is a newspaper correspondent, and since he was little, so that's her job. So I mean, that could give him a reason to contact the newspapers.
Because his mother was in the newspaper business. That gives him reason to contact the newspapers?
No, I think it's just, it could be an influence.
It could give him a boost to, do something like that, to have the confidence to do that because he's familiar with it because his mother does that for a living.
I think he was familiar with the newspaper business, that's for sure.
I would like to ask you about Zodiac belief, slave after or his afterlife, and your suspect belief. Do you think it fits with somebody who can maybe believe that in the whole Egypt or in different culture, you have this kind of stuff that you can have slave afterlife in paradise? And do you think it's something he completely made up, or it's something that he was believing in, or maybe being influential by somebody or something?
Yeah, the only evidence I know that I can see, and it's not evidence, but it's an inclination of he is looking for the easy life. He's taking it easy. I've seen him handwrite that down, Loring handwrite that down. But there is, from a religious standpoint, he was Protestant. There is really nothing that I have found within the occult. I know he liked to read the Western comic books. I know he was a violent person, aggressive person, but I don't have any answer as to the slave portion of where that comes from.
Because you know,
other than him just using those things, like he used a lot of things just to just scare people to put it in there.
but the two cipher, I agree completely. But in the two cipher we were decipher, he's talking about slave for his afterlife. So I'm wonder if it was something because making the cipher was important to him, to make a cipher that people could.
In the cipher, he says he's collecting his slaves for the so he can have it easy in the afterlife.
Yeah.
So,
When
and on the back of one of his military pictures, he says he's taking life easy and reading. I don't know if he's like reading a Western in between flights, or there's something pertaining to taking life easy. That's really the only connection I've seen and what I've looked at, but nothing about nothing that mentions a slave. I think somebody in the chat asked, was he, racist or prejudiced in some way?
He was definitely racist.
Yeah.
Definitely
so whether
racist.
That's part of it, I don't know. That's a good question. That's still the piece that I'm looking to see, that doesn't quite make sense to me yet, to be honest. Fully.
Another question. Thank you. It's a good answer. And another question that passed in my mind: if you were racist, why he doesn't kill black people, Spanish people?
So there's a lot of So I know where you're going with that. So there's a lot of killings by the Zodiac Killer that he claimed, but he didn't give us who they were. Now, what me and Melissa did was we looked at his timeline of where he lived in the areas. Okay. Now we could be wrong, but there's a possibility, and I think it's a high possibility that where he worked at Honda after he retired, I believe that the killings continued. Why? Because I looked up in that area when he worked during that time, there was a lot of same type of murders where shot by 22, no explanation. Young black guy, there's someone, not even someone opened their door and got shot. Somebody walking down the road, they got shot.
There was a lot of crime.
Yeah, so there's a lot of murders that are unsolved in the areas where he lived afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So, definitely I believe that he was a racist guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he liked, I think, when you're a trained killer, like him, I mean, he was trained to kill, and he did that, you know what I mean? He did that. He lived it outside of it. And then I think too, such the military life during that time. I mean, I couldn't even imagine, having to go to war, flip from one squadron to the next, get up and move, and being told what to do. I mean, this guy was acting it out that, he was acting out. He didn't want to be controlled.
A challenge question. Like he was in the military, he was at Vietnam, he was good to killing people. Don't you think it's weird that we have two people who survived to his attack?
I'm so sorry. Can you restate that?
So, if he was a trained killer, why did two people survive his attacks?
I think it was a mistake, I think just a normal human mistake. I mean, I don't know if I could say you're a human killer, but I mean, he's obviously, just like there was the one lady on 132 when he.
Kathleen Johnson. Here's my psychological take on this, and other people have, discussed this, that his vendetta and our motive to our victim is against his ex-wife. That is where the unrequited, the love of his life, his high school sweetheart, all of that blew up in his face. So for me, I agree with those that say that he was easier on the men than he was on the women, and for that very reason. with the exception of a cab driver who was pinnacle in helping his ex-wife leave. That's part of the motive.
But it was maybe something else, another motivation
Maybe.
that we don't know.
Yeah.
It could be him
I'm
getting
just telling you what I've uncovered.
Him getting caught with the fishing equipment, him getting thrown in the barracks for so long, him losing the pay, him losing his family, his kids, you know, getting caught up in that, you know what I mean, and just making him mad. I think that you know, and like she was just saying, my grandmother and him met in high school. They were high school sweethearts, you know, the lovers lane type, you know, and then that they go through that breakup, and then now he's targeting, you know, couples.
You think he was targeting couples? The Zodiac?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there was a female, male.
He killed couples.
At lovers lanes.
Yeah, I don't. I guess I have a different take.
Yeah, there is a debate about Lake Herman Road, saying that this place was not a lover's lane. There was different place for that, but this place was.
Oh, I think he was at Lake Herman Road fishing. I think he was familiar with that area, right? Because there's that lake right there.
He's been to the Lake Herman already before the killing.
Yeah, and I think he was just. I think it was right, a crime. I mean, I think he's capable of stalking, but I also think he's capable of a crime of pure chance. But I think he knew, and I think he was looking for somebody to kill that night.
And the specific area where he was going to use the, you know, by hills or the name of hill or water to give you a clue who he is.
Yeah.
So you think he just got lucky and found someone parked out in freezing cold weather?
I think yeah. I think that he could have had the opportunity to try it other times, and he probably didn't.
So wait, Jerome, so you say Lake Herman Road was not a lover's lane?
It was used as a lover's lane, for sure.
It's not me. There is a debate who say the car was going and on to the both side of the road, so there is no way to be quiet in this kind of place. So it was not a lover's lane. It's not me. It's a debate on internet.
It was pretty well known place where teenagers would hang out.
Yeah, I know. I just say what I read on internet, this debate that some people think that it was not a lover's lane place.
I mean, you can debate the definition of what a lover's lane would be, but this was like Blue Rock Springs parking lot, a place where teenagers would go. And Lake Herman Road probably got hassled less by the cops than other places. And this is described in the reports.
Yeah. I do agree. I just say there is this.
It's true. It's true. People debate it.
I just want to stop and say hi to everyone. I'm kind of reading the messages as best as I can, but hello.
Oh, don't be worried about that. If you have any question, put question before your question and asking your question like this. I put your question on the screen for my guest. And Drew, for now, where are you in your, let's say, investigation?
Well, first of all,
I haven't had a lot of time the last few weeks, so I just look at little things like Vincent McConnell. What I'm more interested in is in nailing down more of what likely happened at each of these crime scenes, and trying to learn more about the case itself before delving into suspects. I of course look at suspects, and we can talk about them if you like. But I'm not. I don't have a suspect at this time.
No, I know. But do you have new stuff? Even just little stuff?
Probably nothing new.
No.
I spend a lot of time thinking about whether Zodiac was the Riverside Killer, and I think about which letters may be authentic or not authentic Zodiac material. Nothing new or groundbreaking. I guess recently I've been looking at the Pace card and the Pines card and trying to determine the likelihood of their authenticity.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'm starting to think that the Pines card was not Zodiac.
I agree. I can be wrong, but I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, I don't have any earth-shattering hot takes. I don't think. I guess one thing where I differ from a lot of Zodiac researchers is I don't think Zodiac was giving hints to his identity. I don't think he wanted anyone to know. I don't think the Zodiac persona relates intentionally to his true character. Hopefully, he gave.
I agree. I agree with that.
I don't.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I agree to a point. I agree to a point.
I don't think he went looking for specific greeting cards that related to his life. But that's sort of where I start.
Do you think that our suspect, being a hillbilly from Ohio, riding a dragon, which is a HU-2 helicopter, that's what they called it, riding a dragon in the Navy, would be a pretty good connection. The fact that he's, also part of the Dragon Squadron, and then also being part of the Scorpion Squadron, and then a Scorpion card coming in, and I think
that's exactly what I'm talking about. No, I don't see any of that, especially with the Dragon card, because its purpose was to get them to release his bomb diagrams that he had sent 8 days earlier, and they did not publish it, and he got mad. So he didn't have too much time to pick the perfect card. So I think he went and found a funny one, not one that related to his identity and his friend's identity, not one that related to his military background. And I think there's very little chance that the Scorpion letters sent in the 90s were Zodiac.
So the narcissism in him would not lead him to do that?
It's just my opinion.
Right.
Sorry, it really divides the community. I have many.
Right.
No, that's fine. We're like trying to.
It's an interesting take, Druzer, that I have not yet heard. So my
Really?
brain, I've got this cognitive dissonance in my head saying, but human nature likes to pull from like our own identity, right? And then I hear you say, well, that had nothing to do with it. He wasn't trying to allude to his persona. So I'm just trying to, I think, digest.
I don't think he did. I don't think he was a comic book guy. I don't think he cared about the opera or old literature. I think these are things he knew a little bit about.
I mean, I certainly agree that I'll let you talk about it. Sorry. I certainly agree that it takes more than just going to an opera, in my opinion, but maybe I think you might have the opposite, where you're thinking, well, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, for me, I think there would be an interest in like singing. There would be a little bit more than just, oh, well, the Mikado was playing in Bakersfield, like Drew Beeson says about Don Chaney. I just feel like there should be more.
I don't think he was a singer because of his rendition of the Mikado, which kind of stripped the melody out. Like you couldn't sing what Zodiac presents to the melody of the song that he was presenting. So I don't think it was one that he knew so well, or at least from performance. But if you look at the content of that song, how could he resist it? It is a perfect song for what he was trying to represent, and it's so creepy.
Right.
Yeah, but in the same times, I do agree 100%. But in the same times, don't forget that in the Mikado, the executioner Coco couldn't kill. He couldn't kill.
Let me ask you, why would the Zodiac Killer specifically pull that line out of the Mikado? Why?
I think, like comic books and the opera, and hunting and all these disparate interests, I think just create this confusing, nonsensical character that they would never find.
So again, what would be your answer to
It was
that?
a ruse.
Why he used the Mikado?
Yeah, why would he specifically use the titwillow, billowly wave?
I think in that instance, it was a callback to let authorities know that he was the Zodiac. But in the first instance, it just fits so well. This hooded, and he's taking a special glance at it. An executioner in a hood, fill in the blanks, just as he's giving them, this ridiculous kill tally, which clearly doesn't apply to real victims.
Do we know that the executioner hood or the hood came from the Mikado? Maybe the executioner persona, but the actual hood? Because we just watched the Mikado the other night, and I don't remember that.
No, there's no hood like that in the Mikado production. But he obviously
There is some connection with
worn an executioner's hood, so it makes sense for him to taunt them with this character.
Right.
About this costume, you have some connection with Anton LaVey, the guy who was.
Well, our suspect did a Mediterranean tour and went to Spain, so that's where we think that could be a connection, that he was in Spain, because we heard Ned talk about somebody looked it up and found that same type of, the closest matching type of hood came from that area, if it were to be that one, and he was there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know it's not a hood from something else. He made it. So what inspired him to do it could be the mask used in the Manson murders. Maybe he knew about the Mikado beforehand.
In the movie that Susan Atkins played for Anton LaVey, where she was playing a vampire, and you have one moment this executioner who arrived to kill her, and he looks really like the Zodiac in the movie. So
he could have been inspired by occult.
Could be inspired by a lot of stuff. Yeah.
But I think the narcissism you spoke to probably has a lot to do with it. Now, of course, there is mostly practical reasons why he wore the hood, but why he wore this hood with his symbol on it as opposed to a ski mask, I think speaks to his narcissism. He didn't think of himself, or he didn't want to be thought of as a regular hood. Some guy who's breaking into your house or anything. And I think he knew it was a very real possibility that he would have died that day, in a shootout with the cops or some such thing. And in that case, I think he would want them to know his wonderful achievement of being the Zodiac.
And plus, it happened during the day, so
of course,
right.
During daylight,
there's only one road. He easily could have been seen by a passing motorist, and of course he's I don't know how many yards from the vehicle or from the road.
15 minutes between the crime scene and
15 minutes, you think?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he easily could have been caught. He could have been spotted by a boater, which he was. Well, he wasn't, but a boater did come by afterwards.
Yeah, like we were there in August, and what was interesting is number one, we had to find the Twin Oaks or whatever, the lot, right, the location, and then finally when we find the parking lot, we had to look, and then there was this kind of this trail down to the beach, and I mean maybe that might be a 3-minute walk up from the trail to the parking lot, but then when you get from the parking lot to the road, you got to go down this, it's kind of like another small maybe 1-lane road to get to the main road when you're outside of that lot. So it was definitely hidden and back there. I don't know the exact location of where Brian Hartnell's car was parked or where the Zodiac may have been parked. I haven't really dug into any of those details, but yeah, I mean, there was time for him to be noticed because, especially if he was parked on the road, the main road.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But Hartnell was parked right at the side of the road, and the mismatched tires behind Brian's car match with the footprints. So they're pretty sure that that's what he was driving, although I wouldn't say it's confirmed.
And do you know if anybody had seen or the Zodiac's vehicle just behind Brian's car?
They didn't see his actual vehicle, but
No.
they have tire impressions that they seem to feel pretty confident about.
Yeah, with the tire, 2 different tire, if my memory is good.
I think 4 different.
4 different?
I think so.
Yeah. And the explanation for that the guy was not rich, don't have a lot of money, and it was the explication.
I think that's more likely than a super clever deceptive measure that the killer had taken.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to that kind of effort.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with you there, 100%.
Yeah, me too.
What's really unfortunate though is they didn't take tire impressions further down the lake where the creep was looking at the girls for 45 minutes.
Right. That would have been nice to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's the guy, but geez Louise.
Right. To be able to either connect it or rule it out definitively, it would be helpful.
The guy also was apparently chain smoking, so there would have been further evidence. There probably would have been footprints.
Yeah.
But they didn't take any of that.
No, because Cecilia was dying, and the park ranger, in a human way, take the
blanket.
The blanket. Thank you. The blanket to put on Cecilia because she was really cold. It was. I think everybody will do that in the same situation. So it was not to destroy the evidence by purpose. I think it's just a human thing.
I tend to agree.
Right. Yeah. I think it's just like the inability to even link all of these crimes to one individual speaks to, I think, how they were really just approaching. It's almost like hindsight. You don't know that you have to really hone in on a voyeur earlier in the afternoon or the day until there's something that happens that night, and then you backtrack and you're like, oh well, it just doesn't hit you. And it's just kind of they've always been kind of one step behind the Zodiac, where the Zodiac has to basically claim every crime for them to even put 2 and 2 together in the first place. It's really astonishing.
It's important to keep that in mind. They're not going to link any of these crimes without him spelling it out for them.
Right.
But I don't give them an excuse. They
No.
had plenty of time to go back. These girls came forward, I think, the next day. They absolutely could have gone back, and they didn't.
But if, and I say if, the crime occurred to the Zodiac are relevant, and we can only solve one case, we solve all the case if the crime are related.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and
are.
just like if the if there's DNA or whatever, and it gets a match or some to the certain suspect, really the ciphers figuring those out are irrelevant at that point.
No.
Once you have a suspect.
Well, there's
Yeah,
not, you don't know if there's DNA. To Druzer's point, they've got mitochondrial DNA, which can only
Yeah.
rule out a suspect. It's never,
Yeah,
we
but
don't
not
know if they've got
confirmed.
anything to rule them
That's in
in.
the Sherry Joe Bates case.
Yeah.
That they have the mitochondrial DNA.
Right. But
I think-
if we knew the suspect, I mean, and we could say, hey, it was him, or they would confirm it's him. Just saying that the cipher, breaking the Z13 of the last 18 characters
yeah.
of the
The
408.
408,
Yeah.
There's
That
no
would be-
reason to believe there's useful information in any of the ciphers. I think the most useful thing he ever told us.
I kind
was
of
in the
agree
340.
to that. That he never was going to tell anybody who he was. It was just a game.
No.
And I disagree.
Well, maybe the Z13, our suspect his name does fit in there 3 different ways the way you put it. But, I mean, we were talking about the fact that there's a Hill cipher. There's a cipher called the Hill cipher.
It's a method.
And it's a method of breaking down, whatever, or creating something out of
Encoding
it.
ciphers with algebraic equations.
And there's one called the Hill cipher. And we're like, I know my grandfather was a mathematician. He was really smart, good at math. What's the chances of, it may be a dead end, but hey, where can we find a mathematician to take just for, I guess, shits and giggles, I don't know, and take the Hill cipher just to see what's the chances of that?
Well,
Possibly.
It would be plausible with the 13 characters that were left over from the 408 if we use the key that the Hardens left us, where we put that in block formation and then, decode it through you put every letter of the alphabet, you give it a numerical value 1 through 25. A is 0. And then you back it out. So that would be something interesting if it yielded anything. But
I was going to say that the most interesting thing we learned from the 340 is that he was telling them, look, I'm quitting, and everything I send from now on is a complete waste of time.
Right.
But the other thing that we learned from the 340 is that he used a different key from the one he had with the 408.
Yeah.
So there's really no reason to suspect that he would use one of those keys for the last 2.
Right.
And furthermore, there's really nothing we can say that confirms either was a cipher.
No.
I mean, we certainly don't have any motive beyond perhaps arrogance that he would send an actual enciphered message. But if he did, the 340 also tells us that there's no guarantee that he'll be going forward, backwards, transposing it, using spelling mistakes, using encoding mistakes. Don't get me wrong, I look at them every day, but they are pointless.
Yeah, absolutely. I have this theory, but I need to work on, and I need people to help me to construct the device for that. But I think the Z13 was music related. And I have explained to you the other day with my drone and with the device to read this music. I don't know if you have paid attention, but there is this VF shape all the time. And it was read because I was thinking, we will see. Maybe it's something we could match. And when I see the device with the VF shape everywhere, I was, no way. So
yeah, that was cool. I did see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like I'm a musician, I was on this idea that the Z13 could be music related, but you need to have a point to start. Which K you need to use first, and after, are you reading notes? What are you reading in music? Because there is a lot of stuff. So, and I'm on it. I'm on this stuff to try to see if it fits, if we can have something about this device, and but I will need help because doing that by myself, uh, I can't. But I'm on it. I'm on this stuff. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There is no problem with that.
No, the problem is that you won't know whether you're wrong or right.
It depends. Imagine that we imagine just 1 second. Imagine that we construct the device or we buy the device and we put the exact point where they must be, and we heard the music of the Mikado.
Touche. Touche, Jerome. That would tell you. But
Hey guys, we're gonna go ahead and jump off on here.
We're gonna eat dinner.
Time to feed the pups and feed ourselves.
Bon appétit.
nice talking to you both.
You as well.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you. Thanks for having us. For anybody who has any questions, you can check out our ZodiacKillerBound.com, and it's still under construction because we're still filling in some blanks. But we can answer questions, and you're welcome to join our Facebook group.
The Zodiac Killer and Me.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Take care.
Best of luck. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
too.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And we will have a show soon with you both to talking about the suspect. And yeah, I think it's always good to have different perspective and different point of view of everybody. Even if we don't agree at the beginning, we can learn about something that we don't know, or maybe something that we have no thinking of before. So watch the stuff with the Z13, maybe being music related. It's something that I have never heard anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I may sound negative whenever anyone talks about a suspect, and I'll probably remain negative, but it's kind of the only thing that we can do with our limited resources is to look at suspects and maybe we'll get lucky. It's not the way that we want detectives to go about solving this mystery, but as far as what we have to work with,
don't you think it will be really great to have more material?
Yeah, of course. There's so many unanswered questions, and if you go through the reports, you're positive that they followed up on several issues, and we simply don't have the follow-up documents. So exactly. It's frustrating, but it is important for law enforcement to have certain holdbacks so that they can verify new information should it come in. So the question is whether they have anything that would be useful from a profiling perspective that we don't have access to. Exactly. I don't think they made a conscious decision when they released all these files to hold back anything that was going to be useful from the general public point of view. They wanted us to help them.
I agree. It was not against this idea. It was not on purpose. It was like this. I agree. Yeah. And are you still in the panel with Mike Morford, Floyd, and Melissa? No, not Melissa.
Susanna.
Susanna.
No, we had to shut it down. Unfortunately, we just
really.
Yeah. We didn't have the momentum that we sort of required, and it's an incredible amount of work. Not on my part, but on Alex, who would do the research. she would put together like a 20-page script of based on research, and this would be every 2 weeks, and she'd have to verify everything, and it's a lot of effort. It just really didn't take off, which is sad.
Well, it's really sad because it was and it's still a great podcast about the Zodiac, and no, it's uh, it's really sad. I hope you will find something to continue the show
Thank
if it's
you.
possible, because I tell everybody in the chat, every viewers, that Citizen Detective is one of the best panel of discussion because they are really expert in what they are doing, and Druzer is part of that. And Mike Morford is an excellent host, and he has really great people in his panel, and this panel is really, really well made and really intelligent. You learn a lot about in watching this video, and it's sad. Really,
Yeah,
I think it's sad that it will it go like that because it was a great show and it's still a great show.
yeah. It was a great opportunity to talk to real professionals
Yeah,
in so many different fields. Um, we also had a great geographic profiler
yeah,
who would come on, Doug McGregor, and unfortunately, I think people are more interested in solved crimes than cold cases,
yeah, yeah,
and that was really our only interest, is in trying to make a difference. But
yeah. I know.
maybe
Yeah,
it'll reemerge someday in some way.
hopefully, and if one of you, but Morph will be part of the panel soon. But if anybody that of the panel of Mike want to come here to be part of the panel to give their own expertise, they are really welcome.
Yeah, Morph would like to come on.
Yep.
It's just tough with people who have kids, and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
course we're all in different parts of the world.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but
That's the
yeah,
problem.
maybe we can work that out. Do a weekend
Yeah.
edition or something.
Ah, yeah. We have Richard here. Hi, Richard. You're a little bit late. It's almost the end of the video of the show. I mean, but I hope you are doing great, Richard. Yeah. Or William. William. Hi. I don't know if I see you early.
What are the big questions you have about the Zodiac case, Jerome?
The bigger question.
Yeah, what's unclear to you about what happened?
It's a really good question. Really, really good question. I think I would like to know first why, the
Mhm.
motive, the motivation of all of that, the killing, the cipher, the letter. But the real answer, what done what we expect, the truth. And it's maybe the truth what we are thinking of, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, I would like to know why, because people had pay her life for that. So it's not anything. People, family victims are still in the seeking of truth for people who are still alive, like the brother of Darlene Ferrin, her sister,
Mhm.
parent of people who has been killed or has survived. I'm sure they want to know the truth and be really excellent to know the truth for them, for them to go forward in the life and forget this dark moment in their
Yeah.
past or the past of their families. And
I'm not sure we'll know the why, even if we find the son of a bitch.
yeah, I know it's.
Is there anything in the realms of the how that you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, how he proceeded. Yeah, because on the 4 attack, you have almost 4 different kinds of attack. So yeah, how it happens. And it was by circumstance, it was deliberate on purpose. It was, there was a meaning under that. Yeah, I would like to know. And I would like to know why, an example, why he killed David on the first crime for 1 bullet in the head, like Paul Stein, and he was more, let's say, active on the woman. It I don't know if it was sexual related, or it was not.
I think it was firepower related at Lake Herman Road.
Yeah,
He had a very ineffective weapon. He shot her once and she kept running. Therefore, he needed additional shots.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Yeah, they all have their own curiosities, each of these crimes.
And about you?
Well, I mean, I think it really starts with, I mean, again, this is something we're not going to figure out, but how he came upon that desolate parking area on Lake Herman Road on that cold night when he couldn't have really expected to find a parking couple. I'd like to know how many previous evenings he may have searched for a victim. And I wonder how long each night out would take him. We don't even know whether he was looking for victims that night, or whether he always had his gun and probable flashlight attachment ready and waiting for whenever such a situation arose.
Yeah, we don't know that. No, sure. And yeah, knowing also if he has made other victim, that if he was responsible for Cherry Jobets, if he was responsible for Domingo and Edwards. Yeah, Kathleen Jones. Kathleen Jones, I don't think so, but I think she made up this story, but it's just my opinion.
I think she was confused. I don't think she was dishonest. We may never know. I just want to spread some love to Archangel Michael. You know,
yeah,
he was a little despondent because I'm not active in the chat at this moment.
No, but we are talking, so we can not do both. We can not be in the chat and at the same time talking about the subject. Sorry, guys. Sorry. But it's nice always to have you, Drew, because you are really I can say that
brilliant.
Yeah,
that's the word you're looking for.
No, but
no, I've been at this case a long time, so I
you are impartial. That's the word I was.
I am. I may not always be, but that's the objective. I think what I've acquired now is
I agree.
good knowledge of what the police believed and what others have put forward. And I agree with the most of the of what the police have put forward, except perhaps a Vallejo residence.
Yeah.
Not sure. I wouldn't rule it out, but
For me, it looks like that the Valero police was not really cooperative in this case.
Yeah. I'll say one thing. I mean, I guess I've said it before. I think the first one at Lake Herman Road was done by chance, and then since it was in Vallejo, I think that caused him to want to return to Vallejo. Not that he was already in Vallejo, but before he did the crime on 4th of July, I think he would have. It's tough to say. Like, would he have known that he could find someone on the 4th of July parked outside? I think he probably could have made that assumption.
Yeah.
But it seems clear that his plan was to call the police afterwards and give them directions to wherever he had found his victims.
Oh yeah, sure.
Therefore, he would have needed to locate that police station in advance.
Richard, we say the sea waters said Alan had wood on his had blood on his hand at the place where Domingo and Eduard were killed, and that was the wrong location for the 1963 murder. Yeah, but there is a lot of inconsistency in what they said about how they can remember 40. I don't say they are lying, but how they can remember the exact date they were at this place 40 years ago. No. In the summer, I was with Mr. Hallan approximately at this place. Okay, but telling the exact date and this kind of stuff like this, like for Cherry Joe Bates, being with Arthur Lee Allen on Riverside to watch a car, a speed car. No, what do you call that? A car. I don't know. How do you call that? The things that Alan was.
Sports car?
No, that Alan was watching with the kids in Riverside. The stuff with the
right. He Alan was a race fan.
Yeah, a race. Oh,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult when I'm start to be tired. I don't remember a word that I know, but I can can have it. It's so yeah. He was fan of race, but how can be sure that was its exact day? There is no way.
I think they convinced themselves of a few things. I feel for the family because I think
me too.
They actually believe a lot of the incorrect information that they put forth. I do not give the same grace to Robert Graysmith.
No.
Or the producers.
No.
Of the show. But
no.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. And I have the chance to talk 3 or 4 times with Connie, and I told her I feel sorry for you. Even I'm not sure that because they had a YouTube channel years early, and everything they've said in the documentary, that was exactly what they were saying in their YouTube channel. So I was aware of the Seawater family and their story. And I say to Connie, I'm really sorry if it happens to you, and you are wrong in the date. But if Alan drugs you and made you some nasty stuff, I'm really
Yeah.
feel sorry for you, and it must be really traumatic. It must be really horrible to live with that. And so yeah, I'm like you. I feel for them, but I'm not sure they have a good recollection of the timeline or where everything happened according to the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah. I mean, I think Alan probably took them fishing. I think he
Yeah,
probably took them to the races at some
yeah,
point.
yeah,
And then in retrospect, they tried to merge these recollections into something that um,
yeah. Try to
worked in
connect.
the Zodiac timeline.
Yeah, try to connect the dot to fit the narrative.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm never gonna say that someone's allegations of sexual abuse
No,
are invalid.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no. And I say it's horrible if it really happened. It's horrible, and we don't know if I don't think Alan was a Zodiac, but he was a terrible person. He was not a nice guy. So I will be not surprised that he was doing this kind of stuff with those kids. But the worst, in my opinion, is the mother of the seawater, knowing what Alan was capable of, and left her child with him alone.
well, it seemed to me that she wasn't aware until her kids were grown up. Maybe I'm not positive that's correct, but I think it was more. Um,
After,
she was a single mother. She needed help. Uh, a guy who seemed like a nice guy made his way into her life, probably for terrible reasons. And
maybe not.
yeah, it was a
Yeah,
poor yet understandable choice from my perspective, and
yeah,
I think it was probably pretty traumatic when she learned who it was that they were dealing with, who she had entrusted her kids with.
yeah, 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 yeah. It must be really traumatic, horrible.
Yeah,
horrible.
and what do you do
Yeah,
at that stage?
yeah. That's the thing. What you do,
Yeah,
you you need to try to work on yourself about those information. You need to exercise that from you. You need to expulse all this madness, all this wrong thing, and it was maybe the way to to make Alan made a bigger monster that he was.
a form
You
of
see?
revenge.
Yeah, from of revenge, not a real revenge, but a kind of revenge, saying they did that to us, and we were in his uh, in the area at the same time he was. I think we were at Lake Berryessa. I think we were at Blue Rock. I think we were at San Francisco one day. I think we were at uh, blah blah blah. And maybe they try to connect the dots. Maybe it was one of the brother or who had convinced the other brother and the sister that Alan could be the Zodiac, and maybe because they were traumatized by Alan, maybe they think that it was really possible. And
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there may have been some deception on their part, but it's not
but
really
I
worth.
don't
It's not
believe
really
them.
worth analyzing, as far as I'm
No,
concerned. We can. I think it's worth verifying that they are incorrect,
yeah,
but their motives aren't really my purview.
yeah. I'm sorry. So, so if there is no panel anymore for you, Drew, what's next for you? You have always your PhD.
It's not a big life-changing thing for me.
No, but your expertise is already good to have. So that's why I invite you each week. And
well, my interest has always been in the Zodiac Killer case, and as long as I feel I have something to contribute and I have an invite from you, I will continue to help out best I can.
And thank you very much for that. And the thing I really like the most with you, that you are really impartial. Really.
I try to be. Yeah.
You will. You are really. And thank you for that, because like this, we need to reconcile our own theory all the time and challenge ourselves. That's what I do. I challenge myself all the time about my theory. And I
Indeed.
try, I think everybody need to do that. Challenge themselves all the time about their own theory to see if it fits or not. And if it doesn't fit, it doesn't care. If we are wrong, we are wrong.
I think everyone needs a whiteboard or
Yeah.
a surrogate whiteboard where they can draw the connections of their theories. Like,
Yeah.
if this is true, then this is true, and if this isn't true, then this isn't true, and
I agree.
and see what sort of foundation a theory has. If it's only based on unconfirmed letters and crimes, then that needs to be taken into account when you evaluate such theories.
I agree. It will be a great topic for next week, for the panel for next week. Let's say 50 facts about the Zodiac.
I remember that note. That was in the
Yeah.
someone had a comment there, and it's been going around in my brain. It's using the word fact in regard to this case is rather tricky. It seems like
Yeah.
the best we can do, other than the carnage itself, is say these are the reports that dedicated officers have prepared based on their estimations of the evidence.
Impartial. I told you guys, Druzer is impartial.
Yes.
No, we will not tell that fact. We will
It's why
say
I can.
that
It's why I can
that's
stay.
what we have.
It's why I can have good conversations with people that I don't necessarily agree with. Is because I can't disprove anyone wrong.
No,
Everyone.
but I understand. Yeah.
It's all about plausibility for me.
Yeah. And I'm in the same way. I see let's say, yeah, that's true that I have my own theory. But if tomorrow you prove me wrong, I will not be disappointed, not at all, because I will learn a lot of things.
Yeah,
If
it has to be your objective.
yeah,
If you
this is
in
the
pursuit of your
objective.
theory, it has to be your objective to clear these gentlemen.
Yeah.
Who lived so many hours away from all the activity.
Oh yeah.
But prove it we must, to at least to our own satisfaction.
I can say better than that. So, Drew, do you have something else to talking about, or response to the chat? I don't know if there is some question.
Let's see. Edward says, did you know the Paul Stein spent time in a mental facility? I did not know that.
Me neither.
When was that, Eduard Cipher? And for what reason? What more do you know?
Impartial.
I'm here to learn.
Yeah, me too.
There's lots I don't know, and even more that I don't understand.
Yeah, me too.
And I have some friends who, after his issue with his significant other, I have a lot of friends who go into the lineage of the victims and try to learn all they can about the victims. And in any case, that really has to be where you start. The odd thing about the Zodiac case is there is so much to suggest, not conclude, but suggest that he did not know these victims.
Exactly.
But when going back to what we can do as opposed to what law enforcement can do and is willing to do, one thing we can do is learn more about the people who lost their lives, and see whether any of that has any bearing on the tragedies. So I certainly support that research, even if it doesn't seem terribly plausible to me that Paul Stein could have been targeted himself.
No.
What's Joe got to say? The
Like
father
you say,
of the kids went to the prison for molesting. Connie Seawater says she moved to New York because she was getting molested by a partner of her mom. So Phyllis knew how to pick them. Well, there are so many creeps in this world, it's hard not to end up with one.
True.
But the New York aspect to the documentary didn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, unless Connie worked at the Albany Medical Center, which wasn't mentioned at all in the documentary, I don't see how it could have any relevance.
Me neither.
And they didn't really present a theory about how it could be relevant, did they? Like Alan wasn't even a free man at this point.
True.
So I guess they're thinking he sent the New York letter from the hospital using one of those redirect systems that disguises where it was sent from so that it would seem to have been sent from New York. I think they needed to return to the editing station for that particular section.
Yeah. To answer to Richard, I think the 408 was created before 1969. So yeah, 1968, maybe 1967. Yeah.
Why should this be a consideration?
Because if you go on the mind of the killer and like John Douglas say, it's something hard to do. You need to at the shoulder to do that. It's dangerous. It's not pleasant, and that's true. And I try to put myself in the shoes of the killer, and I was thinking, if when the first cipher was created, and I was thinking it must be before the crime, because I think it's something he was thinking about and it's something in his mind was there for I think for a long time. When I see what he say in the decoded cipher, so I think it was made before or during 68. But not after. I don't think the gaps of 6-7 months between the first and the second attack was the time that he created the 408. But it's just my opinion. Just my opinion. And what do you think, Drew?
I'm trying to suss out from what you just said what the suggestion would be that he had made it before the crimes.
Because I think it was not. He don't wake up one day and saying, "Okay, today I became a killer." I think it was in him for a long time, and I think he was premeditating his first murder and those creepy stuff in the cipher who don't make any sense for a while. I think. I think that it was a moment that he was thinking about that, sending letters to the newspaper with cryptic message, and I think that he created this 408 cipher before the crime, before the first crime, and when he was, because there is nothing talking about the crime of Lake Herman Road in the cipher, or even Blue Rock Spring. So in the 408 cipher, there is just, I like killing people because it's so much fun. It's more fun to killing wild game in the forest because the man is the most dangerous animal of all, the best of everything. It's um, when I kill them, they will become my slave from my afterlife, blah blah blah. But he doesn't talk about the murder itself in the cipher. In the letter, yeah. In the letter, in his first letter, he claimed that he's the murderer of the two teenagers last Christmas and the girl on the golf course on Blue Rock Spring. But in the cipher, he mentioned anything about the crime he is doing.
I see. Let me ask this question, which Richard may have an answer to. Is there any indication that the letters sent on July 31st, 69 were written in blue ink? Because if so, we know that the ciphers were written in black ink. Therefore,
Yeah.
If they were in different colored ink, then maybe they were composed at separate times.
I don't know. Maybe Richard know that, or somebody else knows that. I don't know. I think there was. I'm not sure. I think the cipher was made with a blue pen, and the letter was writing with a black pen. But I'm not.
Other way around. Like what we know is that the 408 was written in a black pen.
Yeah, in a black.
We've only seen black and white scans of
right,
the letters themselves. Unless, I mean, if anyone knows, it would be Richard. Whether they actually, I don't think they state in the FBI files that the great Dehan Walker is.
No, I don't think so.
Cleaning up for us.
Blue, I believe. Yeah.
Why do you believe? I think we've seen the debut letter in color in the Fincher documentary. We saw excerpts of blue ink, but have we ever seen the July 31st ones? If they were blue, then clearly that is a distinction.
Yeah, that's something that I was not thinking of, but yeah, true. True. You must have a distinction between the time he wrote the letter and the time he created the cipher. Yeah.
It seems until mid to late 1970, it seems that he continued with blue.
Yeah.
But it's always just a weird thing. I mean, that is a very answerable question from a law enforcement perspective. Yeah. I haven't found an excerpt from the newspapers that say that it was blue. But
do you think
they can find that? That would be interesting.
Do you think they still have the cipher, the letter, everything on the Zodiac? FDF, they have everything. Why we can have access in the name of the Freedom Act of Information, why we can have access to answer of this kind of question?
Well, I don't think we're going to. Car door was black. I don't think we're going to get more information because they don't need to, and
No, sure.
they're going to say that it is an open investigation, so they don't want to share. And I guess if I don't know whether they were in blue ink or black ink after 10 years of obsessing over it, then maybe that would be a good holdback.
But in my opinion, he was thinking about his first murder way before his acting. So I
And
could be completely wrong, but I think the cipher was created before. Yeah.
I think the indications otherwise might be that he didn't give us the name Zodiac right away. He didn't write after the Lake Herman Road crimes. It's possible that he made a phone call that I would like to know a lot more about after the Lake Herman Road. But I guess my theory is that it didn't come up until certainly closer to the time of the Blue Rock Springs attack. I think when he committed the Blue Rock Springs attack, because he made the phone call, because he took the time to note the details and everything like that, I think he knew what he was doing then. But even then, I'm not sure he had the name Zodiac. I think it started with the symbol for him in the planning stage.
Yeah, it's a good point. Touché, like you say, which is a French word.
Indeed. What does it say about this unsub that he was so unsuccessful at murdering people? Well, I think now I don't have proof of anything, but I believe that he did have a flashlight attached to his gun at Lake Herman Road.
Yeah.
And I think he chose his weapon that could facilitate this gimmick. I think he may have intentionally chosen a weapon that he could discard afterwards. And the one advantage that this 22 that was seemingly used at Lake Herman Road is that it had a really long barrel.
Yeah.
It actually could facilitate a flashlight, whereas most pistols couldn't. And I think he wanted it to be an automatic so that it would discharge shells that would be found by investigators. Yeah. But I mean that is just a whole lot of conjecture. But at any rate, I think that's why he had. Surprisingly, he got the job done at Lake Herman Road with a small caliber weapon and letting the potential victims free themselves of the car. And I think he did that because it was a stupid game to him. He wanted to shoot at night. I think that was as far as his. I think that was as far as his plan had gone in the preparation of that crime. I think he knew that he was going to shoot people at night. He didn't know when. He didn't know where. He had it in his car all the time. And then presto blammo, the opportunity presented itself on that cold winter night. For him, I think he saw it as something that didn't work out so smoothly, letting them out of the car that he potentially did for the hunting sport of it all. So at his next crime, he said, I'm going to make it easier on myself. I'm not going to let them out of the car. And surprisingly, he had and used a more powerful weapon, and it didn't work out. He left a survivor.
It makes sense. How are you doing, Vincent?
What's up, everybody? I'm cooking spaghetti at the same time as I'm here, but I didn't want to miss the chance of. So I got to go and look at the pot every now and then, make sure it's fucking.
I'm glad you joined us. I was trying to chat with you from work last night, Vincent. So I was about halfway through your stream, and then I had to go, and we got out of sync. But I thought we were having a good conversation.
Yeah, it was fun. I agree. And that Michael, he really loves you,
and I reciprocate that. He's a beautiful man.
Hello, Richard Greynell.
So, we have Vincent McConnell here from New Hoax official 2024. So, if it's not already done, please subscribe to his channel because Vincent. Sorry, go ahead.
I just said indeed. One should subscribe to Vincent's channel. All kinds of great discussions. He's trying something. He's got a good attitude.
Yeah.
He knows that we don't know anything about these crimes, and that should be our first objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do agree, and I really appreciate the way you work and the way you see this case, Vincent. It's new eyes, let's say, on this case, and what you are doing is really great, in my opinion.
I'm trying to grow too as a researcher. I'm ready to take a look at those Stein prints again, and instead of trying to get them to match Allen, I want to see where they don't match him, and I want to rule people out with those things. So I wrote a letter last night to the SFPD with the case number and requested access to higher resolution scans. I'm sure that they're just going to blow it off and not say anything. But if they do give me those higher quality prints, that would be nice, because we can start maybe eliminating people instead of trying to. My suspect studied cryptography it's just a waste of time. We're getting nowhere with that so far. It's been 56 years. We've had the same coincidences bouncing back and forth all the time. It's not helping.
That's true. Yeah.
And so I'm ready to start trying to eliminate people with handprints if we can do that.
Yeah, you are right, because if you take all the suspects, all the time they are in the military, all the time there was study Cipher, all the time there was in the comics area, comic books area, all the time they have something for the opera or for the music, and they all have the same shoe size. They all have the same behavior, and you're already right, Vincent. Really.
And at this point, how do we know which clues were not there designed for us to find them, just to throw us off? I mean, really, the best thing to do is let's start looking at forensic evidence, because these clues apparently aren't leading us to the solution, it seems. And so I know people want to say, "Oh, I've solved it. It's my suspect." It's like, well, then you got to match those handprints, and then from there, that's where the real get down begins. But
yeah, I don't say this in a disparaging way, as I sometimes have when people have fun with murder investigations. But that's basically the activity that most of us engage in this case. We don't have the evidence, so we're just looking and hoping to get lucky. Yeah, and maybe someone will.
No. Yeah, it's been, now we're at the point where I don't think there's any coincidence that's going to convince me anymore. It's too much. It's, and a lot of these coincidences apply to multiple people. Like there's this whole Sierra College thing. Well, you can tie Cheney to that, and you can tie D'Angelo to that, but it's got to be only one man under the Berryessa hood. So where do we go with that?
Well, the one thing we do know is that all of these guys aren't Zodiac. So any way you slice it, there's a hell of a lot of coincidences leading to people who are not the Zodiac.
True.
And there is maybe no Zodiac.
Get him, Dr. Horan, get him out.
No, but I disagree. I completely disagree with his theory, but he had the right to expose his theory and his and what his thought about this case. He has the right to do that, and it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, there is a
At all.
he's right. I mean, I don't think he's right, but it's possible he's right. So we haven't ruled out that for sure, and that's why I want to look at those handprints. I want some high quality Steincap prints, man.
Yeah,
Like I was. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I agree. It would be nice to have
Yeah.
evidence that we could actually look at. But I mean, we're not going to get fingerprints to compare to these things.
No.
I think
so.
I think at some point you have to trust that law enforcement is acting in good faith, and when they say they compare prints and they don't match, I think we just have to accept that. Like we're
Yeah.
gonna.
Yeah.
We do have Alan's handprints in high resolution, so if they don't match, it
Yeah.
would be possible. If the Steincap prints are high enough quality, it would be possible to eliminate him that way. A lot of these guys, we don't have their handprints. If there's any living Zodiac suspects, I strongly suspect or recommend if anyone out there has a Zodiac suspect that's still alive, get his handprints while you still can, so that at least maybe in the future, if we do have those Stein prints, we can look at those. I mean, your guy's probably not him, but it's possible. So,
Yeah.
whatever we can source these things would be nice.
Absolutely. Like I was saying early in the show, I was saying it will be great that uh, all of us made a lot of pressure on law enforcement, on FBI, in the name of one group to tell them, yeah, we have specialists in DNA, we have uh, retired FBI agents, we have retired law enforcement, we have lawyer, we have expert in DNA, we have expert in handwriting, and try to put pressure on the FBI. And can you hear me?
Something going on with his connection, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if it's a good idea, if it's possible to do, or if I don't know, but I think I could be wrong, but I think if we are more in the same, let's say, group of people who want to solve this case, we need to have more material, like you say, Drew. And if we want to have access to those files, then we don't have access now. We need to put pressure on the FBI and on the law enforcement. But like you say, I know what they say. I know what they say when I call the FBI to reopen the Albach case. They told me, "Do you have something new? Do you have a new evidence?" No. If you have new evidence, you can contact us by a lawyer. But if you don't have any new evidence, don't contact us anymore. But I continue to contact them. But
people in our community don't want to hear that it's all about forensics because that's the one
I
thing that
know.
we can't help with. But until there are forensics to compare to a suspect, there's nowhere to
Science
go.
in this kind of case, science is always the answer.
It's the only thing that's going to get any activity.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was saying before, if Lake Herman Road, if Blue Rock Spring, Lake Berryessa, and Paul Stein attack are Zodiac related, we don't have to resolve those four murder. If we solve just one, we have him.
Agreed.
So we can just focus on the better one and trying to do the better one. I mean the better attack for forensics. And in your opinion, what will be the better attack to have, let's say, not new evidence, but what the police had, and Polestar.
Probably the Paul Stein
Yeah.
crime, because it doesn't seem that there's any reason to believe that Zodiac touched either car in the first two attacks, and
No.
and I don't think he laid down on the blanket in Lake Berryessa.
No.
The it wasn't rope, but a clothesline at Lake Berryessa, and everyone's paws have been at it. Yeah, so I think perhaps there's something on Paul Stein's clothing that we could get with an MVAC. I think that would be, for my personal interest, that would be worth doing. From police resource perspective, it is not worth doing, and they shouldn't. They should work on active cases that they can actually solve and get some real closure for. I think we have to do a separation between what interests us and what is actually good for the world. The attack where he may have cut himself. Do you mean the Lake Berryessa, I suppose?
Oh yeah, it's the only time he killed by knife. So,
well,
but
I mean, if
yeah,
they had his blood at Lake Berryessa, that would be a hell of a holdback. I would.
Yeah.
That would bust things way open, but it would also lead us to question a lot of the actions they've had over the last 50 years.
Definitely, yeah. Because that's an IgG route. You can get him with genealogy that way, I imagine, at this point.
Yeah, it's
there's Melissa here. We ask an indication of a blood type in any of the attack.
No.
No, we don't have his blood, to our knowledge.
No, but the blood fine on the. I think Melissa want to say the blood recover on each crime scene. All the blood.
All we have are the victim's blood.
Yeah, but are we sure that this is only victim's blood? I think it's the question. I think, Melissa, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the question. If it's possible the Zodiac armed himself during one of his attacks?
I think unlikely. It's possible at Berryessa, but I'd be surprised even with that, because if he's the one wielding the knife, you'd have to really mess up to draw enough blood. It's feasible or whatever, but we just haven't had that indication. I don't know if she means elimination purposes, like if we have some blood samples. If they hadn't contaminated the evidence, we could. Well, the thing is that I don't think DNA contamination works quite as problematically as people seem to think. Like, if they
No, I agree.
get the bindings and they pull 7 different DNA profiles off those, well, we can go down the IgG route and build a family tree for every person's profile who appears on those bindings. And the one guy who's not a Napa County sheriff is probably the Zodiac killer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm not. I think it does become complicated when you have more than 2 samples on there, because they can't be sure what cells are from which profile.
And it can be more complicated. Sorry.
I believe a hilt was described on the Lake Berryessa knife. So I don't think he cut himself there. But there are some indications that may have happened at the Riverside crime.
Yeah, with Geographic.
But
which is not a Zodiac crime related, but
well, At any rate, I'm not sure that,
Depends
or
on
I
who.
am sure that they don't have evidence there to actually make such a determination. Not anymore, anyway.
Same.
With Riverside is even if you identify the offender at Riverside, there's no guarantee you've identified the Zodiac. But I guess the geoprofiling of that suspect then appearing in Vallejo 2 years.
Yeah, if they find Alan's DNA at the Riverside scene, then I think we can make some pretty safe assumptions.
Yeah, but in the same times, like Drew Beeson was arguing, there is no way that Alan was the assailant at Lake Berryessa because the long walk he had to make with the problem he had with his leg will be impossible for him to do this long walk two times.
I reject that.
I do too.
Alan was an athlete in '69, and
Yeah,
I don't think he had any of those walking problems until later in life. I don't think Alan was the attacker because he was left-handed, but that's another kettle of fish.
I personally left the Fountain Valley Memorial Hospital against medical advice after having a heart attack and walked from there to a house at Bouchard and Heil, mostly based on a matter of necessity and adrenaline. So I strongly reject, like Druzer says, the indication that we can say, oh, he's ruled out because he has a leg problem. He couldn't have walked, a couple hundred yards. To me is just really, I worry that that's more someone trying to deny other possibilities in the face of a possibility that they want to be the case. But of course that I can't prove that that's what that is, but
it's not the best evidence to try to eliminate Alan with.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I mean, we can talk exorcist letter, we can talk left-handedness, we can talk about him not having a car. There's a lot of reasons why he probably wasn't the Zodiac. But I think we got to give him walking. Like he's.
Yeah. Do you think it pissed off the Zodiac that, for example, Brian Hartnell survived and was all over the TV when he had not really access to the great media like his victim? Because he was seeking attention. So he just have what? The newspaper. But Brian Hartnell, one of his victims who survived, had the opportunity to be all over the place on the TV. And do you think it will piss me?
Yeah, I think it kind of did. I think he wanted the attention, but I don't think he wanted to be called I don't think he wanted to be called a maniac who was getting sexual pleasure from it.
No,
I don't think he wanted people to see his costume. I think that was, although I think he wore it in case he was seen. I think he wanted to keep some of this stuff to himself. I think there's definitely a psycho fantasy element to it that should be considered, and that was sort of the mystique was sort of taken away from him. His what he believed was his true self was on display there against his wishes. Same at Presidio Heights. I've lost track of the question.
No, I was just saying that Brian Hartnell had more attention by the TV than the Zodiac itself. So he must be pissed off by that. Why he don't took revenge? Why he don't try to kill Hartnell once time again?
Well, any press attention of Hartnell is by extension press attention of the Zodiac, because he was the one that was stabbed by the Zodiac. So you really can't even say the word Brian Hartnell or the name Brian Hartnell without also saying Zodiac in the same breath, essentially.
No, but Vince, the Zodiac, in my opinion, had so huge ego that he just want to see just himself in the paper where we are talking about the Zodiac, when the paper are talking about the Zodiac. He doesn't want to see what his surviving victim had to say. So I'm wondering if he was not pissed off to see that Brian, who survived to the attack, had a big media coverage that he doesn't have, and I'm wonder if he was pissed off against that, why he didn't try to kill Brian.
Security, probably. That hospital was pretty secure. I know Brent Hartnell's on record saying he felt pretty safe there because of the security and he was just being watched by the police around the clock. It would have been maybe later on, years later, but it seems that Zodiac isn't even that mad when someone survives, because Majo survived, and although he gave us a pretty nasty narrative about how he shot him, he doesn't really call him names. He says, when I fired the shot at his head, he leapt backward, thus spoiling my aim. But he doesn't say, oh, this guy's a dirtbag, I don't like him, how dare he survive. He doesn't really seem too mad if they survive. I guess as long as somebody dies and he gets his woo in,
His reward. Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I don't think he was from Vallejo. Is he left a Vallejo resident alive, and he hung around town for 40 minutes, and then wrote the letters and all that. Yeah. I mean, if there is a water theory for me, it's that he wanted to check the evidence as soon as he could.
Checking those lakes for sure. Even an amateur can do that. They can go down with the scuba tank, and ROV technology is pretty good now. It wouldn't be hard to go and start looking around.
It will be great to there is a YouTube channel. I don't remember the name, but they were on the case of Kylie Rodney, and they find a car in the reservoir, and that's what they do. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's cool. They have a company that goes down there, right?
Yeah. And that's what they do. They find car in lake, in reservoir, and from people who vanished since years and years, and they made some good findings about that. And it will be great to have this kind of people who doing this kind of stuff on, example, Lake Berryessa, to scan all the lake to see if there is some, I don't know, gun, knife.
Yeah. If we were ever going to find one, that's probably more likely than someone's attic.
Yeah.
Slice that hood up into little tiny squares and thrown them one at a time out the window of the car while he's driving to Napa too. Oh, a little black square. Well, it's the mask. I doubt that. And you'd have that back and forth too.
Yeah. The thing is it could probably be rolled up and put in his pocket.
Thorough search of Fresno Street. Possible, but that relies on Alan being Zodiac. And I wanted to say it earlier. We changed topics a little bit, but we're really fortunate with Arthur Lee Allen, at least, that we do have his handprints on file in high resolution. So if we do get those Steincab prints, we can eliminate if they're good. And I would leave one because it would save us all a lot of breath if you eliminate.
Yeah, my interest in Allen is not so much him being the most reasonable suspect that we have.
No.
It's that's where all of our attention is going. If we could at least eliminate him, then I think we would have learned something about the case.
It would help a ton, yeah. And it's a win-win. If we can either hit him or match him to the Zodiac, and both of those things are an incredible win for this case.
Yeah, true. We have Mr. Flack Nasty here.
Speculation.
I don't think that he had any hope of one-upsmanship in terms of the Manson murders, because that was just beyond anything Zodiac was going to do. But I do think that he took great note of the press coverage that the Snoozy, Furlong, and the Manson murders got. And I think that influenced his decision to use a knife and maybe a hood as well.
I think very
the Manson murders.
Yeah. I have made the same observation. I don't know if you see other question.
Well, Michael's talking about Viagra. Maybe he could expand on that. What do you think would help tonight, Michael, if not Viagra? Why don't they use chromatography to analyze? Right. Wow. That's interesting.
What is it, chromatography? Because it's an English term, so maybe I know it in French, but what is it? Chromatography.
I don't know it myself.
You don't know?
Liquid chromatography, you get phase layer separations in a solution, and by the time that it takes for the phase layers to elute through like silica or they use different mediums, I think, but you get a phase layer separation of the contents of that ink, and then you can determine basically what it is. But I think they already traced those pens to being like mass market flare felt tips, didn't they?
Blue felt tip pen is all I've ever read.
Except you taught me about the black 408.
Yeah, and I was asking Richard earlier whether we have any knowledge of whether the first letters were written in blue ink, because all we've ever seen are black and white scans. He thinks that he's not certain, but his memories serve that they were written in blue.
I think they are.
But it must be something not difficult to have, because today we have color printer. So if we ask the law enforcement who possessed this letter to have a copy,
they know.
Yeah, they have the facts. They just don't want to. I mean, you know how they've been. That's why I love this idea of if we can just get a letter writing spam campaign and then be like, hey, give us this, give us that.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to ask some of this stuff. It's not going to hurt the case. If you send me the Steincap prints in high resolution, who gets hurt by that?
No, it's just a matter of time and resources.
Yeah.
They're not going to give us anything.
Oh, another question here from Zogi2.
Because it's just nothing. You know how I feel about that sketch.
Sorry. Even though the Presidio sketch is of a common man, why did it not produce at least someone who said they knew that man and that he was not home at the time of the murder? Well, I mean, that's exactly the problem. That's exactly why we haven't solved, or rather that the police haven't solved the case, is because as soon as it became big media, they got hundreds and thousands of tips like this.
Yeah. True.
Can you throw Richard's comment up there?
Yeah, let's get
about the chromatology.
No, an individual pen.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see.
An individual pen can be analyzed to see if the same makeup pen was used throughout the letters. Yeah, different manufacturers have a different chemical makeup. Well, it is interesting. I'm very interested in the materials used, because he kept with this odd monarch cut paper throughout the 69 and 70. And in 1971, we see that the LA letter, which we have not seen in color, we see that it too is this unusual monarch cut paper. Now, I couldn't find a Woolworths brand on it, and we don't know if the ink was blue or black, but I think that would be a terrific way to get some more information.
Yeah, and the only way to have access to this information is to ask to have access to the original. So like this, but I don't know if it's possible or not.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Maybe
an idea where we all rappel into the SFPD at night.
What's the worst that could happen? Instantly. Let's try it.
maybe
Trying to steal the 340.
this case is a forensic nightmare. True.
It's a forensic failure.
Did you check military base for paper?
We
paper
we know that he was getting the paper from Woolworths.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't have all of the details about some of the later correspondences, such as the LA Times letter.
Is the Eaton and Woolworth paper from the same store? Do we know that?
Forget Eaton.
Why?
It's
all Woolworth?
Because they're all Woolworths. And it's unfortunately when they interviewed Shimoda for the Crimes of the Century documentary, we have the producer notes for them, and Shimoda said they were all done on Eaton, but it's demonstrably false. They were all on Woolworths as far as we know. So I think he just mixed up his department stores there.
See, thank God Druzer corrects me again, because I've learned a lot of stuff from Druzer in the last couple of days that is very, very in-depth case knowledge. Like, the 408, I was blown away. I went and looked at the pictures of it. I was like, what's this Mandela effect? This is all black ink.
Yeah. Well, if I can relate to you for a moment, Vincent, for the longest time, I didn't think that Zodiac got the front page coverage. And I didn't think that they published his ciphers on the 1st of August 69. But Vallejo did. They gave him the front page on Friday, August 1st. And apparently it took me 10 years to realize that. So yeah, there's big things that slip by us.
Question here. Has anyone ever even placed Arthur Dehan at any location during the Zodiac murder?
I'll check my time traveling ring camera.
Well, we know where he lived.
Yeah.
We know where he lived during those crimes, and astonishingly, we know that he also went to Riverside.
Yeah, and he admit by himself that he was at the lake the day of the murder.
That was the day before the murder.
It was the day before. I learned something that I was wrong, you see? Mm-hmm. And I'm happy.
That's why we have Druzer.
Yeah. We need to have everybody.
Assume stuff, and Druzer's like, wait a minute.
Well, everything I learned from Richard.
Richard
is incredible website, and Richard was so patient with me when I started on the case. He'd hear all my questions about, the 4 pi cult connection, and he would very calmly pour cold water on on my theories, and it was all for the best. And I've learned so much.
But I don't know who will say that, but I agree. Richard is the deal.
Can you give us Melissa's comment about Woolworth here?
Oh yeah,
because we have a bit of a misunderstanding. We kind of know we know that it is Woolworth Fifth Avenue brand paper, and that it was in the unusual Monarch cut, which is smaller than an 8.5 by 11. It's more like 7.7 1/4 by 10.5.
By 10.5, yeah.
We know that it was not white paper, but an off-white color, and that he continued to use this same paper stock for all of the 100% confirmed letters. And in what he used in 1974 is less clear. They're mostly cards, but the Exorcist letter, we have a good scan of it, but it doesn't show us all the corners of it, so we don't really know.
No, that's why I think it could be really great to have access to the original paper, and for that, to have in our team an ex-FBI agent or somebody who have weight, you see, who can say, yeah, I was FBI, my partner too, I'm a part of a panel with a lot of people working on this case, and Valero or San Francisco, Napa, Benicia, we need to have those files, and I think it will make more. It will be more easy to have access to those files, but I could be wrong.
I wonder what the significance of that Monarch paper will turn out to be, because, you know, I can give you some. Oh, I think it's this, and
Yeah, he cut out there.
Yeah, Vincent is
Project
freezing.
Monarch, MK Ultra. That would be great.
I have some thoughts.
I say, what in the world does that mean?
What
do you think it is?
Well,
Nope.
I think he did. It's entirely speculation, but I think he did several things with his letters for the purpose of proving that he was the guy. He does his envelopes with extra postage. He signs them almost identically with a phrase that wouldn't be guessed. Please rush to editor. And he uses an unusual paper stock. He uses the same paper stock. Uses the same pen, presumably. So all of these things and apparently, I don't know what this means, but they say he had a certain way of sealing his envelopes. So I think all of these consistencies just helped solidify that he was the same writer. Now, they pretended not to believe him by saying, no, we need more details, but I think that was just to coax more writing from him.
Hopefully, print on the page or something.
Yeah.
I wonder what that sealing the envelopes is, because we all know Sandy Betts' theory, which I don't think is accurate. Otherwise, we'd probably know who he is.
We sure would. Yeah.
So, what in the world could it possibly be? I mean,
I think it could be as simple as maybe he only licked the tip of the envelope. That's the portion where they were extracting DNA from.
Yeah.
It's possible that the rest of it wasn't terribly sealed.
Okay.
But I guess we have two choices. We can think that he used common tap water to seal his envelopes, and that's why we have no progress in terms of DNA. Or the word that I can't pronounce properly, ninohydrin, whatever they use to fumigate the correspondences to illuminate fingerprint markings. They did that on all the letters and may very well have destroyed any potential for getting DNA off them. I think that would be the more logical assumption, that he was not so forensically aware in 1969.
Yeah, I've come around on that too. It makes way more sense because you didn't even really know about DNA to the extent that we do at that time, and so he could have maybe to hide that he was a secretor or a non-secretor or something like that. But even that is, and so what's more likely is the ninhydrin destroyed the DNA, and that might be one of the holdbacks too. The law enforcement might know, hey, we messed up, guys.
Yeah.
By the way,
if he knew about DNA, he just simply wouldn't have sent letters.
No.
Full stop. is the way I look at it.
No,
In
but
hydrant.
it
Why
was a
can't I say
different
that?
time. It was a different time, different world. That's why I think we need to also go back in time and being in this year in this place in our mind. I mean, and to see what was the mood of the time, what was the music playing, what was showing at the TV, what the people were doing at the time, and because this is a completely different world of today. So
Rebellion.
yeah,
Peace.
I know.
Free
I
love.
know.
I mean, people
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about where
Me,
the
I know,
Zodiac
but
symbol came from. For me, it's just a distorted peace symbol turned into a gun sight, and I think
it's
that
a
probably
deep explanation.
summarizes his outlook on life and society.
Imagine if the watch is a coincidence and it's completely unrelated and it just happened that way. I mean, that's just
Yep.
so.
Well, I mean, if it's not a coincidence, then it's a coincidence that there was a car who used that symbol and name.
Yeah,
It's a coincidence that there's boats
before,
called Zodiac. It's a coincidence that Batman villains.
yeah,
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
The one thing we know about the Zodiac is that he read the newspaper, and the newspaper would put out Cipher challenges, and they would have horoscopes, and you couldn't escape the word Zodiac.
Yeah.
Or he knew this.
And do you think before he sent his letter to the press about the killing, he had already sent some stuff, different stuff, not related with any crime, but stuff to the press for a reason? Or do you think that's possible?
Yes, possible, but nothing ensures that you'll get published, like shooting people. So a lot of those letters might have just gone in the trash. Who knows? And even if we do have them, we're relying there on handwriting analysis. And so, I mean,
There's a very decent suspect who did do that.
Door.
No, I don't consider Door a good suspect, or Valley, but who both did this.
Impartial.
But the only thing that leads me away from the idea that he was commonly writing letters to the editor is that he didn't speak up about anything going on in the world.
No, nothing.
Like I'm sure in real life he was a guy who would about whatever came into his mind. I think he was a jerk, and I think he was a loudmouth. But he didn't use his national spotlight to talk about anything. And
True.
even when he would bring up a hot button issue like the Black Panthers, he gave no indication about his feeling about these counterculture activities. It almost seemed like he was sort of making fun of that culture by adopting some of their phrases.
Yeah.
I think that's perhaps more likely than him being a part of that culture.
For patches.
So for me, I don't really think that he was trying to get his actual name in the paper in an editorial. Although it's certainly worth looking at.
I'm 99.6% sure that Badlands is a Zodiac letter, by the way.
Yeah, it looks. But based on handwriting, absolutely. Based on the context of he's reintroduced himself to the media using the Zodiac name, and also in a film review, as it were. So all of that checks out, and I wouldn't say I'm 99% sure, but I'd say I'm 90% sure.
That's a 9 out of 10 from Druzer.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, but
Look up Cinerama tomorrow, Drew, and see if you can connect it to the 408.
Yeah, try that.
What is the Cinerama? Was this alluded to earlier?
Well, that's your assignment.
I guess it is.
I had a comment when they will be able to identify an individual through protein markers. Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
Do we have protein markers of Zodiac? What does that mean, really?
I think a protein marker is I think they need 24 of them to create a full profile. And with the Zodiac letters, we only had a few cells.
Yeah.
But don't take my word for that.
I had a comment.
I was thinking it was 18, but you are maybe right. Maybe it's more.
12.
If they have a few, they can duplicate them to try to create something more full.
But that was Richard Grinell's comment. Okay, I thought that was just like some person on YouTube that said that. So now I think it's probably might be a valuable assignment. Then I had a comment. Some guy goes, "Would you be willing to be an expert on my suspect?" I was like, "Dude, you know how hard that like." That's not just an overnight thing. Become an expert on his suspect. Type of filmmaking.
Yeah. All right, I will look into that.
Something which is highly discussed too on the forum and internet. It's, do you think, guys, that the 408 was well deciphered, that it is the right solution by the Dehan?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the solution is verifiable.
Yeah.
And I believe.
Yeah, I know, but
I don't think anything of the final 18 symbols either. I would entertain it more. The idea that it was a separate key, if Zodiac wasn't so sloppy and seemingly lazy with his ciphers, but also that there's no theory other than a pure omission at the beginning of the third section. Like clearly we're missing at least a word, perhaps even a full line. So whether he composed the cipher planning to use filler at the end, or whether he realized when he was 2/3 of the way through that he had to use filler in order to make them all even. Yeah.
And about the 314, David Owen check solution.
Solid.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, whether Zodiac was sophisticated enough, I don't think he's shown that he was, but whether he was sophisticated enough to have a secondary meaning to it, I don't think we can say. I would suggest that he didn't, but there are some suggestions that he might have. There's a lot of weird things that we have to call coincidence.
It also the 408 says, "I will not give you my name." So to say that and then put his name in the cipher is like, okay, probably not.
Yeah, no, I think he was.
Don't make me get Zini killed. Michael is. He's all for you, Drew.
I don't know what he means, but
I do. There's a poster named Nicodemus, who's a former cryptographer, who is positively convinced that the final 18 symbols of the 408 can be viewed as what he calls a matrix design, where two symbols, each couple of symbols represents a single symbol. So his solution to the final 18 is actually 9 letters, and it is the Zodiac. So it would read, I will not give you my name, blah, 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 the Zodiac. And
which makes sense, because after he will change his way to write other cipher, so it maybe try a different key in the same cipher.
I don't think it does make sense. I think that he wanted the 408 to be solved fairly quickly, although probably not by amateurs within days, because he wanted his big manifesto out, all this bullshit about slaves and all that kind of stuff. So I think if he wanted his name out, he would have either stated it in the letter or had it mapped out to the same key that he had for the other 390 symbols of it. Personally, I don't think he had the name yet.
Yep, same.
We have a question here. Can we say someone didn't know who the Zodiac was at the time, but would not come forward for some reason, relative or co-worker?
Sure. I mean,
not likely, but possible.
I mean, that would go back to the idea of, did Zodiac want the authorities to know his name if they were only clever enough to figure out his clues, or B, would he want people in his family to someday discover that he was the Zodiac? I don't think he did with either. I think that's why he stopped writing messages, is probably someone or something entered his life that was worth something to him.
The bastard.
Yep. Right.
There's also I don't know. Could be a matrix.
18, yes, could be a matrix cipher like the Hill cipher.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
I just don't see the care put into the ciphers that some people did. Like he was just, it doesn't seem like he was doing it in the manner that like a mathematician might, where he writes out his key and his message, and then he writes a draft of the enciphered message, and then takes that draft and puts it into his aesthetically pleasing design that he ultimately sent in. It seems like he was just winging it, and he would mistake one triangle cipher for another, and realize that he'd missed a word at some point, and we'll just keep going. We'll fill up the end, so that you can't tell which cipher part starts first. In the 340, he literally like scratches out a symbol.
Yeah.
I wonder about that. I wonder if that was done as a red herring on purpose. It's so weird looking because it's so ghetto looking. Like, wouldn't you want to? Really? It looks terrible.
My favorite item of Zodiac correspondence is at the end of the debut letter, where he writes no address, and then realizes, oh, there's two D's in there. If I just do a little thin, skinny one there.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty confident that he was not a perfectionist with a grand master plan.
I've tried something with this stuff, no address. I have tried to see if it could be another meaning, and when you see no address, you can also read no address. No address. It's in Spanish. So I have made the translation, and let me just 2 minutes to tell you what it means. But it means something. But continue to talk like this. I will have the time to take my translator to.
Druzer says that it looks like he was just And he almost got away with it if not for that meddling Druzer.
Yeah. I think
I could have
that
noticed that too. I saw that on Granell's website. Oh, you're right. He did typo correct that. What a little thing.
the misspellings, the hand printing, and so many things are interesting to think over. My impression is from the proper usage of a semicolon to spelling some words correctly and incorrectly in the same letter. I think he was putting out his crazy character, and they're unbelievably terrible spelling because he's trying to create this sort of lunatic persona, but at the same time he still kind of wants his readers to know that he's a smart guy, so he includes the proper ones too, just to let them know that in a very tongue-in-cheek sort of way that he was not a fool. And once they called him a fool, he said, well, okay, I'm going to do a cipher diagonally. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
And, here's a bomb plan that I've copied. So yeah, I know all about electronics and stuff too. I'm no fool. Although Zodiac wanted the press, certainly, I mean, that obviously had to be a big part of why he was doing this whole project. I don't think that he ever liked the coverage that he actually received.
No.
Like, they didn't say here's a brilliant cipher. He's got to be guy's got to be a genius. They solved his cipher, and the civilian who solved it said, "Oh, I don't think this guy was very intelligent." And then they called him a pervert, and they said, "This guy's a latent homosexual. This is a fat, lonely man who probably can't get girls." Like, it was just one thing after another.
Yeah.
Absolutely recklessly trying to humiliate this serial killer at large. It was just terrible and very, very stupid how they handled the press coverage.
Tell me if you think that it's interesting or not. No adores in Spanish means in English you will not like it.
What was it?
Interesting.
No, you see the letter with no address. Where do you have no address? There is writing no address. The other D looks like a O. So
Okay.
I have thinking, yeah, it's maybe in another language. So I will say, I will watch what no adores, no address, no adores, because it's looked like a O means. And I just saw the translation that I have made before. It means in English, you will not like it.
Could be. I don't know. It seems like one of those clues where if Zodiac was crafty and clever enough to put that kind of information out there, then we probably have very little chance of ever discovering who he was.
Yeah, for sure. But
level above.
Do you think it's something interesting that the translation of the word is you will not like it?
Not really.
Not really.
But that doesn't mean it's not worth investigating, especially for your. Did Sandy have a Spanish background?
Italian.
Ah. At any rate, we're doing what we can with what we have, and who knows? One thing might lead to another.
But in Europe, Spain is really close from France and Italy, so
absolutely,
and Belgium too, and Netherlands and Switzerland, Spain, Italy, Portugal. everything is really close. So
Yeah.
and I was wondering if what I was watching, it was not something else. And I thinking, yeah, maybe why he will just write in English? Why? Maybe he can talk Spanish. So
Yeah.
maybe it's no address. It means something. Yeah, it means you will not like it. Wow, that's
That's
strange.
true. Although the Chronicle itself probably did really like it.
Yeah.
Richard has a good theory about this. Right. I was referring to his no address comment.
Well,
So-
also our door though
Try
does
to think.
kind of contradict it. Just because it was hand delivered. Yeah, I like his theory on that one. I agree.
It's true that we not only haven't seen the envelope for the debut letter, but the FBI didn't either. So
No.
either Richard is correct, or they unknowingly discarded the envelope, not knowing its significance.
True. Good point. Excellent point. That's why like I told you, I really like this round table because everybody had different idea and we can talk about that and we learn. We are
Is it
learning.
time that we have an example of possible Zodiac speaking Romance languages in the case? Is it only the no address thing, or are there other indicators too? That other indicators might help to substantiate that possibility, but I think I'll look at the D that's there, or the O, or whatever it is, and see if there appears to be a flat edge along the left of it. I too think it's more likely it's a typo correction. But you know.
Yeah, I have something here in the chat. I don't know. I can't find it, but I remember it. Somebody was saying, you will find my identity, which is not, you will find my name, which is different.
Yeah.
And people made some, let me look at that.
Identity can be as simple as meaning like what he stands for and who he is, and he likes killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing. That is a description of one's identity if they relate to that type of.
Yeah, maybe he was referencing to the Zodiac persona in talking about his identity and not by his real name. Yeah. Name is a name, and identity is very different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not like it wouldn't make sense that he would put the Zodiac Killer in the 408. It just doesn't cryptographically work.
I'm like Druzer. I don't think he had that name until the press started calling him Cipher Killer, Cipher Slayer, and he thought, well, this name sucks, and so he came up with a better name.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. The question here is when things going
Maybe.
live after the show.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's a mystery. Like it.
And
Do you think
yeah, which
Zodiac got
Richard
hired
was
from-
saying, no address because no envelope. Yeah, good point.
Question: have all letters, envelopes considered authentic been tested for DNA? See, that's a tricky question to answer or speculate on. I would.
Which one?
Zoggy too. See, what we have for DNA
Difficult
results is a unscientifically compiled list from around the year 2000 that has a listing of all the envelopes that were tested and how much DNA was extracted. It is not detailed enough to be particularly helpful, and they didn't seem to really find anything. There would some correspondences would say they found few cells. Sometimes they would write cells found, presumably meaning more than a few. But the only one that they found a partial sample that could be tested against anything, not matched to anything,
No.
but tested against things for
Yes,
inclusion or exclusive purposes, was the one from 1978 that mentions Toschi. I too would very much like to see an updated report. But considering what they did in 2007 to investigate Chester Clark Klingel, it seems like they don't have anything. In 2007, they, in lieu of a proper profile to compare to the suspect, what they did was they took the few cells found on one letter, few cells found on another letter, few cells found on another letter, put them all together in hopes that they were from the same profile. And not only was it not found to be a match, but they couldn't even conclude that the match from the suspect was from the suspect. So all around a complete fucking disaster.
Yeah, true.
They got the put it into the computer and the Presidio Heights composite jumped out.
Right.
That's him.
Do you think Z got high or drunk on perked or tweaked before his hunting? In my opinion, no. He was really in control about what he was doing, but just me.
I don't think there's much to suggest it because they do seem so pre-planned.
I've always been a big proponent of this is the Zodiac tweaking theory, but that's completely speculation. I don't have.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had a drink or something, but I don't think he
No.
was. I don't think he was inebriated.
What's with that green bottle from Berryessa? Is that his?
We don't know.
Okay.
I don't know precisely
No,
where it was
no.
found either. Whether it was on the pathway that we know he took, or it was just in the area. I don't know. What they found from it, I don't know.
But the discover a bottle, yeah, that's true. But
I think a 40-ounce would help with doing that stuff. Like, not to get grab. I mean, if you want to take the edge off a little bit before you go shoot some people, like drink a 40 and then go in, you're like, all right, let's run it. So it makes sense, but not like too drunk that he can't function.
He had a holster and he had a sheath, so his hands would have been free to hold a bottle, but I'm certainly not convinced that he was traveling with the beverage.
no, I think the only thing in his mind at this precise moment was go to kill. He is not thirsty at the time. He just want brood.
The bus bomb letter is my number one thing I like to point to. I talk about this as the Zodiac tweaking, but it could be that he's just mentally ill and he's literally having some sort of a bipolar type. You with that. You and your 78. But the bus bomb letter is a trip, man. It's one of the great lunatic rants of all time. It goes straight from giving you details of these crimes, and now there's a chemical formula and then a bomb schematic, and it's like, this guy is on something, or he's just that crazy. It's just, I know I'm not that crazy, so I can't imagine, but that's not really the accurate way of looking at that. It's just it reeks of speed to me, that letter. Do
you think with his bomb plans and so forth that he was just copying it from another source, or do you think he had some I won't call it expertise, but he had some knowledge?
He's got no idea what he's doing. That's not how you would make a bomb. It sounds interesting, and I mean, it shows componentry of someone who like knows a little bit about like how you would nitrate a fuel oil, but he doesn't describe how to set it off with a primary. He doesn't describe using any sort of electric blasting system, detonation system or of any kind. So, and it changed twice. You get it in the bus bomb letter, you get it one way, and then you get it the next letter. It's a completely different design. So he's clearly winging it as he goes along. Probably a tinkerer. We know Michael, you and your mescaline. Michael loves mescaline, guys.
I know that you don't like the idea of draftsmanship behind the letters, and I'm not convinced of that either. But you do seem to like the light table idea.
Yeah, I do think there's a 5mm graph template under those ciphers, because if you put a grid over them, you get them in every other cell. Now, hypothetically speaking, and this does not mean anything, but you would have everything that you can possibly need to craft those ciphers from a mathematics classroom in elementary school. You have an overhead projector with a light table, 5mm graph paper, blank paper if you brought it or whatever. But I don't think you freeform handed that. It's too facing stupid.
What confuses me is I've seen some demonstrations of it with graph paper underneath, but from what I could see, some of them were fitting every other column like you described, but then some of them would be like directly in the middle of the line. I don't know.
Check 5mm paper and see if
Bonne nuit, Richard.
we have
Bonne
it
nuit
in
is good night
scale.
in French.
Size them on PDF, size the letter down to usually there's a scale marker or whatever, or you can go 10.5 by 7.25 and stick but I think there are slightly off. So I do think it was 5mm graph paper though, but that could be wrong.
Well, I mean, that would be really worthwhile to put together in Photoshop now that we have the scans from the 408.
I did it actually, and what I found a couple interesting things. I pointed this out to Aranchak, and he saw it, and he thought the observation was valuable. Surprisingly, I noticed a couple things. First is that it appears to have been made with 5mm graph paper. Then you know how the 340 is 3 sections. You have the 1 block, 2 block, and then the 2 last lines at the bottom in the decoding. Well, if you look at that second block, it's not only does it have 2 hyphens where that second block starts to indicate for you there, it appears to have been shifted over about a half square on whatever his template was. And then if you go to the bottom of the page where there's the Zodiac Killer logo, the circle of the Zodiac logo lines up within a square area like this. Like he used the squares to make that circle, and then the down vertical stroke lines up with a line, and then the side one does too. I do think it was on graph paper, but anyone can do that. It's not.
Can you take it one step further and take that same graph paper and put it under the letters, not the first trilogy, but the other letters where suddenly now his lines are straight?
Probably. It could be like Belli, for example.
Yeah, or even the debut.
Yeah.
As soon as they published his first letter, which he hadn't asked them to do and probably didn't expect them to do, he then from there on took some sort of measure to get his lines straight.
Yeah.
And I think whatever he was doing for his ciphers to keep them straight, I think he was probably doing with the letters themselves. So I'd be curious to see whether the identified graph paper would facilitate that.
Yeah, the Belli letter is some of the best for that because it's so good in terms of the straightness of those lines. It's surprising, actually, how difficult it is to do that.
Yeah. I also wonder if he maybe had... This is his letter. I sort of wonder if he put another piece of paper over top of it so that he could write without leaving prints.
Yeah.
Because the line seems straight, but...
Well, that's Michael.
I heard Papa.
Yeah, I think that is my cat saying Papa. So I should log out. But this was great, guys.
You are speaking French too.
This is the Zodiac.
My small
Oh,
cats are screaming in the background, so I gotta go.
Okay. Okay, thank you
Cheers,
very
guys.
much.
We'll talk more later.
Okay,
Yeah,
night.
absolutely. Cheers.
It's always us at the end, Jerome.
Yeah, we are always at the end. And
You guys in
what
the chat behave now.
what we it depends. For me, 68. For some, 66. From some, 63. It depends, but for me, 68.
Yeah, I like 68 too.
People say bye to Drew.
All right, last chance, everybody, for your questions.
Yeah, if you have question, it's now or never. No, I'm joking.
Now or 1 week from now, or to whatever days.
Then Melissa say for some 1962 with a suspect. Yeah.
We even have some that say 59.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some Black Dahlia too, so that it goes back.
Yeah.
Never.
In the 40, in the 20, I think Elizabeth Short was killed on 1928.
Are you sure? I thought it was 46 or 45.
Going to check.
Okay. Last questions, everybody. Bring them in.
Elizabeth Short. 47.
Okay.
She is born on July 29, 1924, and she died on January 15, 1947.
So that's a 47 Zodiac.
Yeah. We don't know if it's the day she died. It's the day the body was recovered, but we don't know if it was the day that she died. Impartial.
Yeah.
like Druzer. If we don't know that for a fact, no.
No.
No. No. In my opinion, no. It was too much personal. It was doing with the killing was made with a little knife. It looked like too much personal for the Zodiac.
Includes a maneuver. The throat is slit. No Zodiac homicide includes a finishing maneuver.
Yeah, that's true. Because if acting like this with Cherry Joe, why he doesn't finish the job with Brian and Cecilia? If he's a guy who can stab somebody 47 times, why he only stab Brian 5 times and Cecilia 10 times? Doesn't make sense. And plus, if his anger grow up and grow up and grow up, the killing must be more violent and more violent. So when you see the Cherry Joe Bates killing, it's really, really violent, a violent crime.
Yeah.
And if you go with this idea that the killer will have his anger growing up, and that for years, you will expect to have more gruesome murder, so more bloody murder than the Cherry Joe Bates murder, or in the same kind of range. So I don't think Cherry Joe was a Zodiac victim. Did all forensic evidence rule out Lee? Yes. But Lee, it's not like this. It's not Lee. Lee Allen is Leight, not Lee. If you say Lee, we are talking about Lee, Donald Lee Cheney. Lee spells like that for Cheney, but not for Allen. Question: have you visited any of the crime scene? If not, do you plan to? Me, I'm living in Belgium, so it's not really easy to doing the trip every week or every month to visit the crime scene. But yeah, it's something I would love to do because being at the place, it must be something. You must feel different thing and seen in a different way when you are at the place where the victim was killed or injured. And yeah, this is something I really would love to do. But like I call the FBI all the time to reopen the Albach case, I'm sure when I will arrive to the airport, I will put on the site to be questioning by the FBI, which doesn't bother me. No, not proven. Yeah, Melissa had the chance to visit. Melissa had the chance. Yeah, that's something we can talk about, Mel, about the crime scene. It must be something to be on the site where somebody was killed in this gruesome way. For sure. But we will do a show with you, Melissa and Jeff, to
So
deep dive in your
I saw that
suspect.
comment earlier. Does the forensic evidence rule out Lee Allen? Not that we know of at all. That's been claimed. That's what I hope to do. I requested high resolution scans of the Steincab prints from the SFPD, and then hopefully I can rule out Allen with that. I couldn't respond because my mic was muted, but
No problem. No problem. But yeah, it's 5 hours. In 8 minutes, it's 5 hours. Then we are live. So I
that's
think we stop for today.
yeah, me too.
So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you, Vincent.
Thanks, Jerome.
If it's not done already, go to subscribe to Nuke Hoax channel 2024, New Hoax official 2024 on YouTube. Uh, Vincent made a great job. Subscribe to Ross channel, Planetex Films, to Net channels, BBOR, by Vincent, to Melissa and Jeff on Zodiac Killer and on the Facebook group page, Zodiac Killer and me. On for Ed, who is professor in biology and DNA specialist, he don't have he's on Discord, but he don't have any YouTube channel or any website. But thank you very much to everyone: Rob, Cheryl, Jeff, Melissa, Archangel Michael, Ed Edwards. Thank you very much to everybody. And I see this week that we were at 1,300 subscribers. Wow, amazing. Maybe for some it's nothing, but for me, wow, me and my little channel have so much people who are interesting about what we are saying. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable. So thank you, Eduard Cipher, would tell me congrats, Jerome. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. I don't know what will be the next show because I'm looking to doing a show with Mel and Jeff, but I don't know. Yeah, it's my Chicago shirt. I'm going to show you. It's a real one. It's a NFL one. Yep. I like Chicago. I like Chicago. I never but and Edward told me that the French Crew was the name of the channel not so long. Uh, but like I'm doing all the stuff, talking about the Zodiac and talking with lawyer like Jerry Buting, talking with musician, talking with other people in other case, talking with Ned about each time a different case, Maura Murray, the Boston Strangler, the all those cases. I have this idea to change the name of the channel and rename it Mystery with Mr. Belgique because normally it's Mystery with Mr. Grandma. But Mr. Belgium, it's something who already exists. It's a contest of a young and nice looking guy with big muscle. And this is Mr. Belgium. And Mr. Belgique, it's the opposite. No, I'm not young. I'm not looking great, but I'm rock. So that's the most important. And uh, no, it was not based on the Minnesota Wrecking Crew. It was based on the John Ferrach's book, The Wrecking Crew. John Ferrach, who is a writer and a lawyer on the same team of Kathleen Zollner for Stephen Avery and Brandon Dassey. So it came from there. It came from this book, the Wrecking Crew that I have called at the time the French Wrecking Crew because not so much people we are still interested in the case of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey, and even for the Zodiac, they are not interested anymore. If there is something new, they will open YouTube to see what's going on, but they don't want to watch a show like this for 5 hours, people talking and exchanging ID and debate. That's something they don't want because they don't have the time. They don't take the time because it's possible. You have taking on your own time to watching us tonight, so it's a choice that you have made, and thank you very much for that. And so again, thank you very much. Yeah, I was talking about the next episode. I know that I will make the episode I was supposed to do on Saturday with Ned about the disappearance of Shannon Gilbert. I was not able to do it because internet issue. I always had internet issue. And even today, the next episode with Ned on Saturday. On Monday, it will be Zodiac Monday with the panel, probably with Mike Morford and other people. Jeff, Melissa, you are welcome. When you want, you are here at home. Vincent is the same. Druzer, is the same. Richard, we are waiting for you, bro. Ross, the same. Ned, the same. Ned is a kind of my co-host, so and a really great co-host. And on next, not this Wednesday, but on the next Wednesday, I will have Sharon Young and Jess Freezing. So I repeat, I will have Sharon Young from the channel We Are the Voice and Jess Rose, sorry, from the channel Jess Rose. But she's really excellent, like Sharon. And so on next Wednesday, I will have both of them in the same times in the show, talking about what they are doing and what is preview to talking about. And so I recommend you to subscribe to their channel. They are in my links here, and all the links are in the description below. Here you can find everybody in the description below. In the link you can find Sharon, and Jess website. I yes, yes, true. Ah, internet is thinking out automatically. Yeah, Rob, I don't know. You are talking about Jeffrey, or you are talking about J Foy? Because J Foy, I agree that it's nonsense. Here with Jeff and Melissa, we have a real investigation. They are working on that for 5-6 years. It's not J Void who comes on TikTok and say, "Hey, my grandpa was the Zodiac killer. Hey, I've heard that, and I know he was knowing Darlin Ferrin, this guy, and I don't remember the guy name, but I know everything. And what? Well, okay, what? I'm a cop. I was a cop, and so no, take your pills and sleep, Mr. J. Foy, because Richard Hoffman was not the Zodiac killer. Come on. There is more chance than Mr. Cry. No, about there is a real investigation made by Jeff and Melissa. This is not the same thing that J. Foy or other people and writing book about their relative, their ancestor, parent, uncle, grandpa, grandma, and didn't have made any investigation. Here, it's really different. We have Jeff and Melissa who had made and continue to do an investigation about that, and I don't think I really don't think that it's to have light on him or anything like this. I think it's because it's what happened to the grandmother and the mother of Jeff. It's 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 crazy and it's really sad, and maybe that Lauren the Hill was not the Zodiac killer. I don't know. Maybe he was, but I was a terrible person. With I'm freezing again. Jeffrey Melissa, you can find on zodiackillerbomb.com and on the Zodiac Killer and Me on Facebook. And I highly recommend to go and visit what they have to say, looking for the evidence. And it's upon you. It's doing, doing your own research is better than listen somebody. That's the that's what I think. That's why I think I've never I've never watching podcasts to solve something or working on something. I'm working with my stuff, with the stuff I I don't care about people opinions. I really care about people opinions, but I mean it doesn't mean that it's true. So I will not take a suspect of somebody as gospel, which means sense, which is yeah, because there is only one zodiac, and everybody has his own zodiac suspect. So, but it could not be Alan plus Ross Sullivan plus no, no. There is maybe two killer, maybe three, maybe just one. I don't know. I uh, about my own theory, there was a killer and a voyeur. Sandy Panzarella, the voyeur, and Donald Cheney, the killer. But it's just a theory. I have to all the time challenge myself to say no, I'm wrong about that, and I need to find if it's true or if I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, it's okay because I learned something. I learned that I was wrong, so it's a plus. And when I'm right, it's again a plus. So plus plus plus, it's equal plus. This is the way I'm working, and I love to working with people like we had tonight, really polite, don't talk over each other, uh, don't want to be don't want to be the star of the night and focus on their own suspect. No, this is not the goal. The goal here is talking about who are our suspect for sure, if we have one, yeah, the reasons. But the real goal is to have access uh, to more forensic evidence, to have to have And I think with the help of the FBI or law enforcement or ex-FBI or ex-law enforcement, it could be a plus to have access to those files than we don't have access now. So we will talk about that between us, and even you, if you have any idea or anybody who works in law enforcement who want to know more about the case, the Zodiac case, and who could be in touch with somebody from San Francisco or Valero or Napa or Benicia or even Riverside. Even if I don't believe Zodiac was responsible, but who knows? If you can help, it's it's welcome, really. And like the best way to support this channel is watching this channel, because I I'm on this case for 20, 23, 24, at, at least 24 years, because I have started in 2001. So 23 years, yeah. And I have, again, a lot to learn, I'm sure. This case is really, really crazy. I think it was more easy with GFK. So to say that Rabbit in this case 2001 and JFK since 1997. And in 1994, I was on the Cobain case, which I think he has been killed. There is no way he suicide. It was a suicide. There is no way. I don't, but it's just my opinion. Like I say all the time, I could be wrong, but don't think so. And Zodiac, yeah, I start to being interested by that because I've watched a documentary on the Belgian television talking about serial killer. And I remember to have seen the story of the Zodiac the first time in 2001 in this documentary. And I was interested to know more. But it was 2001, so internet was doing its beginning. It was the beginning again. There was no on internet to find, so I find Tom's Void website. I have learned a lot about that. It was really helpful, and after that, internet was more. There was more information on internet, and it still have more information on internet today, and we learn day after day, and we are on it almost like Druzer, almost each day. So yeah, I think that we can do something. We can, let's say, change the game, because we don't think like Tom Colbert that we are expert. We really don't think that we are expert in anything. We just think that we can help. We can help, and we maybe could do something for the victim family. And if we can't, we have tried. So it's what I can say about that. We all try to do our best. I assure you, we all try to do our best, and now for our own profit, victim family, and the seeking of the truth, and for justice. more justice. So, bye everybody, because I see that I freeze. So, goodbye. Spend a nice week. Take care of yourself. Take care of your loved ones. And if it's not already done, please subscribe to the channel if you want. Leave a thumbs up if you want, or a thumbs down if you want. Why not? I don't care about the YouTube algorithm. I don't give a shit. Yeah. So maybe I'll see you in the week, but certainly on Saturday and on next Monday for Zodiac panel discussion, and on next Wednesday with Sharon and Jess Rose. And until next time, have a great time, have a great week.